morning, everyone, and welcome to the Clearwater County Council meeting, April 23rd, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. All right, I will call the meeting to order. It's 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Lahi, thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. Looking at 3.1, the minutes of the regular council meeting minutes of April 9th, 2023. Any errors or omissions? If not, looking for a motion. Councillor Cermak, thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Now moving on to item 4.1, it is our public hearing. So I will call the public hearing, call it to order at 9:01. I will outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Any presenter who told it is their turn shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or are opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that all cell phones be turned off or put on silent. Breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, I'll ask the development officer to explain the background of the application, and then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members will have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present and who is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So before we turn it over to staff, we'll take a moment to do introductions, and I'll start off on my right, please.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Longheed, Councillor for Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5. Welcome, Ryan Zermack, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Okay, if you're going to introduce yourself, please. Yep.
Good morning, Andy Jones.
And Green Allstott. Good morning.
Morning, thank you. So with that, I'll ask Mr. Senior Planner Dustin Bisson to outline the background to this application, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So Andrew Jones and Corrine Allstott currently hold title to Plan 2120940, Block 1, Lot 1, part of the Northeast 3, 37-6, containing 149.18 acres of land. The subject land is currently designated Agriculture District A, and the subject property is located approximately 3.5 miles northwest of the village of Caroline. The landowners have made application to redesignate 5 acres located in the southeast portion of the quarter section from ag to country residence agricultural. The remaining 144.18 acres of the quarter section would remain under the agriculture district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with the subdivision to create separate title to a 5-acre CRA parcel. The proposed partially developed 5-acre CRA parcel contains utility connections, a water well, and septic system. Access to the proposed CRA parcel and the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from existing accesses off of Range Road 37-0A, adjacent to the south property boundary. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can also be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 6-2, adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicants are proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off an existing partially developed yard site. This will allow the landowners to sell the proposed parcel that they do not have any need for. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. There is also one industrial parcel located directly to the east of the quarter that is owned by Clearwater County, known as the South Cooper Gravel Pit. Operation of this gravel pit will commence once the gravel resources in the North Cooper Pit have been depleted. The attached package provides more details, and the applicants and landowners are here to speak to the proposal. So as we look at planning direction, I've included some sections out of the Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision development regulations, Section 9. These are just some things that the province asks us to consider when reviewing subdivision applications. Clearwater County's Municipal Development Plan, Section 4, is the consideration of a proposal and how it might affect groundwater in the area. Section 5 is the consideration of how a proposal may affect ag and ag operations in the area. Section 6 deals with some things that we must consider and may require the developer to prove out. Policy 6.2.8 and 6.2.10 deal with the creation of multi-lot subdivisions in Clearwater County. And then I've included section 6.2.13, which deals with the creation of multi-lot residential recreation subdivisions in Clearwater County, similar to Beaver Creek Estates, which is near Burnstick Lake. And the focus on that being Part B, the proposed subdivision is not within 0.8 kilometers or half a mile of an area considered by the county to be a surface resource extraction area or a potential surface resource extraction area. And of course, the consideration here is that this is for a single parcel to be created and not a multi-lot subdivision. Section 10 are just the guidelines for creating subdivisions in Clearwater County. Section 11 just deals with parcel locations and how to properly service the parcels. Section 14.2.5, additional studies could be requested if staff or council have concerns. Section 14.2.6 are some additional considerations when it comes to creating subdivision. And then the last part of section 14.2.10 through to 14.2.16 just deals with municipal reserves and how to collect those. I've also included some policy out of the land use bylaw, the general purpose of the CRA district, and the acceptable lot sizes for you to review. The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow the subdivision of an existing partially developed yard site so the landowners can sell the acreage. There's legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with policy 10.2.2. MDP policy 6.2.8 states for a traditional multi-lot subdivision or residential parcels that the proposed subdivision is not within 0.8 kilometers or half a mile of an area considered by the county to be a surface resource extraction area or a potential surface resource extraction area. This is not a multi-lot subdivision in that one additional lot on the quarter section is being proposed, and the MDP does not require an area structure plan until the fourth title is requested or the third title out of the quarter section. Our recommendation, so at the regular council meeting held on January 9th, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 1179-24 as required by legislation. Notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to bylaw 1179-24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. I will now ask council if they have any questions for the development officer. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just wondering why this plot extends so far west. Like a natural line would seem to be the tree line there. I'm just wondering why it goes into that hayland so far. Is that where the field is, the pump out? Or?
No, so when the applicants came in and proposed the subdivision, we were looking at just simply taking off 5 acres surrounding the existing yard site, and it just extended past those trees to the west.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. MDP policy 6.2.13, subsection B. How are we confirming that that is only relevant to multi-lot? Because that's been interpreted for me before and interpreted completely differently. So why is it now only applying to a multi-lot when it's been interpreted before as any residential parcel?
Sure.
Next to aggregate extraction?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Melhoff. So as you look at section 6.2.13, you can see policy 6.2.10 and 6.2.8 in there as well, and those deal with specifically with multi-lot subdivisions. When you get to 6.2.13, it doesn't specifically say multi-lot subdivisions. However, the intent was for it to be essentially for multi-lot subdivisions, the creation of future multi-lot subdivisions in the county.
Okay, supplementary?
Yes.
Then later, you were talking in MDP section 10 with regards to aggregate extraction as well, correct? And how close they can be, or no? Or did I mishear that?
Not in section 10.
No? Okay. I thought you brought it up again, or were you just referencing the same policy again?
I was referencing the same policy
Okay.
in the policy considerations.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions from council to the development officer? Okay, seeing none, I'll now ask Mr. Bisson to present any comments received from referral agencies.
All right, so TELUS Communications indicated that they will require a utility right-of-way in order to provide services to the new development. Blue Mountain Power Co-op had no objections to the proposed land use amendment, and they included their standard note. Fortis Alberta had no objections to the proposal, and no easements are required. They've also included their standard note regarding services. Rocky Gas Co-op, in reference to land use amendment 29-23 and subdivision 213687 for plan 2120940, block 1, lot 1. Rocky Gas Co-op has no concerns or objections to the application. They've also requested that their note that they're the service provider in the area be included on any future subdivision conditions. Ag Services had no additional comments. Public Works Infrastructure reviewed the proposed application, and they had no objection. Public Works Infrastructure did request that road widening be taken on the south property boundary of this quarter section and along the east boundary of the quarter section. Alberta Health Services, the aforementioned application has been received by our office, and we're satisfied that the application proposes minimal risk to public health. They've also included their standard setbacks for consideration for the development of this parcel. At this time, AHS had no objection to the approval of this application. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on March 21st, 2024. MPC recommends that council does not favorably consider granting second and third reading to the Land Use Amendment Application 29-23. The MPC provided the following reason for that decision. The proposed parcel is within half a mile of a gravel pit, which goes against MDP Policy 6213B. And again, that was a misinterpretation of Policy 6213. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'll now invite the applicant to speak to the proposal, and if you would like to add any comments to support your request or to respond to any of the agency comments. I'll open the floor to you.
No, I don't think, other than what we have done, there was an old house and stuff here, we have pictures of it, and now this area has all been cleaned up, and it's gone. You can see on there where there's a house, and there is pictures here, and I'm sorry I have no pictures of it gone, but it's all cleaned up. Maybe not to Korean standards, but it certainly does look a lot better than it did. And there is water, there's a good well there, power, of course, sewer.
Natural gas.
Pardon me?
Natural gas.
And natural gas there.
It's all set.
So we were kind of, hoping to get something accomplished today, but other than that, I don't think I have much more to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll now ask any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Now seeing none, Mr. Bisson, has there been any written submissions in favor of this request?
No written submissions in favor of the proposal were received.
Thank you. I'll now ask any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Seeing none, I'll now ask Mr. Bisson if there were any written submissions opposing the request.
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. I'll now ask if the applicant has any final remarks.
No, I don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Well, I will close this hearing at 9:18, and no motions will be entertained at this time. Moving on to item 5.1, is consideration of second and third readings of Bylaw 1179-24. And I'll turn that over again to Mr. Bisson.
Thank you. So the purpose of Bylaw 1179-24 is to amend Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw to redesignate 5 acres of Plan 212-0940, Block 1, Lot 1, from Agriculture District A to Country Residence Agriculture District CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the landowners will proceed with an application to subdivide the redesignated lands from the remainder of the quarter section to create a partially developed 5-acre CRA parcel. At the regular council meeting held on January 9th, council reviewed and gave first reading to Bylaw 1179-24. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon the considerations of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to Bylaw 1179-24. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. So we have looking for staff recommendation for second and third readings for this bylaw. Any council discussion, or I will accept motions. Councillor Cermak.
Yes. Mr. Bisson, I know that there is a gravel pit relatively close. Is there a caveat put on land stating that there is a gravel pit in the area and that the buyers need to be aware of that?
There's not currently a caveat in place on that quarter section. However, as part of the subdivision application process, we could make that a condition of the subdivision, that a caveat notifying future owners of the gravel pit's proximity, that could be registered on the proposed parcel.
So what is our bylaw about that? What is the radius around the gravel pit that needs to be notified? Because I know that we've had some discussion on other gravel pits.
So, as you can see in the policy there, we do identify, you know, that 800-meter setback for multi-lot subdivisions. Perhaps, I don't believe that there's a standard number for one-off parcels like this.
Mm-hmm.
However, moving forward, perhaps that 800 meters could be something that, if this were to get approved today, perhaps that's the number we could go with for notifying future landowners, or perhaps it's half a mile. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, so there's no big impact, this piece of property, that there's a gravel pit over a half a mile away.
Well, it's, so in this case, it's not, it is closer than a half a mile. It's, so as you can see on the map that's up on the screen right now, there's an acreage between the proposed parcel in red and the county road, Range Road 6-2. The Cooper pit is on the other side of Range Road 6-2.
On the south of where it's off the map.
East.
Yeah.
To the east.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or motions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So you're saying that we have to keep gravel pits more than 800 meters away from a multi-lot subdivision? But yet we can expand a gravel pit within 300 meters of a multi-lot subdivision? Just really curious. The rules say that, and yet, what, last meeting or the meeting before, we did exactly the opposite of that? I'm just curious how that works out.
CO Emmons?
Thank you. So the rationalization on that, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, is simply Clearwater County has no authority or ability to pick where the gravel deposits are. So expanding the gravel pit, it's non-renewable resource. It tends to float to the top and be a higher priority. We do have authority to pick where one-off subdivisions, multi-lots go. So that tends to be the focus, more so than the gravel pit itself. The deposits, known deposits, I need to quantify that because we do have deposits in Clearwater County that are unknown. But when we are aware of a deposit, that tends to be the protection.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you change your mind? Okay, all right. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I guess I have a question for the applicants that I already asked. And that is there a reason to extend the west boundary that far out into what looks like productive ag land?
Just decided as.
So it could follow the tree line?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, it didn't matter how many acres. We were just picking a random number.
Yeah,
So,
according to the policy.
yeah, we
Yeah.
definitely would go back to the other if it didn't matter.
Okay,
If that answers your question.
yes, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Cindy, Councillor Graham?
Building off of Councillor Radcliffe's question of having it extended a little bit there because it is still within policy, would that enable the potential future owners of that acreage to have maybe a steer to feed up to butcher, or?
You could have it as on 3 acres too, honestly.
Okay,
You could have it on 5, 3. You could have a steer and feed it.
okay,
You know?
it's pretty productive land.
Well, It's a gravel pit.
Okay. So no.
There's not a lot you can do with a gravel pit. Try to get gravel.
What were you thinking? Going further to the north with it?
No, cutting it off.
Oh, cutting it off, okay.
The tree line rather than into what looks like hayland.
Making it smaller.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah. Yeah,
that would definitely be fine too.
yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. So the applicants are open to a smaller subdivision. I'll go with Ms. Skillum.
I just thought, I don't know if this is gonna,
Oh, okay. Let's see if I can.
oh, no, this is not gonna work. Maybe. Oh, you can kinda see it. So you're meaning like to cut it off sort of here to like not include this bit of the field?
Yeah, you can sort of see a fence line there. Right there.
So like a council, and I mean, in theory, you could come up and include a portion of these trees
No.
instead?
We'd rather not.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, you could just cut it down to, like, if there's concerns about using this bit of
We'd like
land. I
to
mean,
keep
obviously,
it
this
even.
square is the 5 acres of the maximum they're allowed for that, but it could be cut off here.
Okay, thank you for that. So looking to either have further discussion or a motion? Or a motion to amend? So I see the, both ways. I see that, that you, the opportunity for 5 acres would be much more desirable on a, I would just say for a potential buyer versus 3. But understanding that there's other multiple residents in the area and the gravel pit. I understand the nuances of a gravel pit because I live within 800 meters of one too, so, and future more. So I understand that there's that, but we all make concessions at the end of the day to have that resource, so, and I'm fine with that. So, yes, looking for a motion, Councillor Cermak, your light's on.
I would like to make that motion that the council recommend, or that we recommend council to grant second reading for bylaw 117924 as is, 5 acres.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion. Councillor Graham.
So just to confirm on the caveat on the land, that goes from title to title, so if it's sold 6 owners down the line, they can't come in here when we start the gravel pit and be upset that there's a gravel pit there.
I wish that was the case, but all that caveat would do is notify them of the gravel pit in the area.
Okay, they're aware.
It would not, I guess, exempt them from coming in to speak in
Sorry, I
opposition.
didn't read it that way. They would know though, so they're making the conscious decision to move there when they know.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect, thank you. I will be supporting this motion.
And that, so with the motion that's before us, if we would like to add that condition, that the caveat be on, or would that just become a common practice?
That will be some, you could, I guess, add it as a
Condition?
recommendation going back to
Recommendation?
the planning commission.
Okay.
That it be added as a condition of the subdivision approval.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Ms.
This, but as of now, do you not have to tell people that there's a gravel pit there, or could be, or someday?
I believe it's up to the realtor. From my understanding, that realtors are supposed to disclose any nuances within the area of that properties that they're selling. If it's a private sale, it's on the owner. That's my understanding.
Okay, no, I was just curious.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Deputy Reeve Belhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Eve. For me, I completely understand why you want to do this, absolutely. I unfortunately can't support it with it being this close to a gravel extraction area, particularly, like, it's literally right across the street. So I don't think that the 800 meters should simply apply to a multi-lot. I think that we are potentially asking for trouble doing more residential close to aggregate extraction. that's where I'm at with this particular application today.
Councillor Northcott?
Already, question for administration, just prior to the adoption of the 2023 MDP, just a reminder, the survey results for the percentage of people that were opposed to the third parcel, like the third title on the quarter section, if you just happen to have those survey results for how many people were opposed to the third title per quarter section of land.
I don't.
Okay, well, I do. I think it was about 78% of the people that had responded to that survey were opposed to the third title. I do have two more questions, if
Yeah,
that's all right.
go ahead.
So, public hearing results for the 2023 MDP, for the number of attendees and the residents that took the time out of their day to attend that public hearing. How many people were in opposition of the 2023 MDP? Do you have those results? Those are, in my mind, those are fairly important numbers. Was there a petition for against the 2023 MDP? Just curious how many people were opposed and if there was a petition in favor of the 2023 MDP.
Go ahead, Mr. Besson.
I believe there was a petition circulated. I do not recall the exact numbers.
Okay, well, darn it, I do. There was about 400 people that were opposed to the 2023 MDP. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
So, Mr. Bisson, or maybe I'll look at you, CEO Emmons. During that process, all of council had the opportunity at the public hearing to listen to those opposing views and that petition was vetted, correct? What was the results of that petition that was vetted? Was it part of the public engagement process?
It was presented during the open house.
Correct. Okay. And during that open house, during that public hearing, that was what Councillor Northcott is referring to is the public hearing where our residents are allowed to vet their opposition or their favoritism if they were in favor of our MDP at that time, correct?
Correct. If I may, I wouldn't mind commenting on the application at hand.
Thank you.
The comment that was made regarding creating the acreage in close proximity to a known extraction source, the one concern, which is why I appreciate Councillor Cermak's comment about possibly caveating should this get approved, was timing. Clearwater County has the approval for the gravel pit, it just hasn't been activated. So that referral process is behind us, and now this acreage is being looked at. Somebody could potentially buy this acreage, develop, not knowing or ever know that in 3 years or 4 years there could be a gravel pit opened up next to them. Whereas a caveat would require that realtor, and quite frankly, it'd be very difficult for a realtor to find out as well, because the approval again is behind us. So it's the timing on this one.
Thank you for that background.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. All right, looking at Councillor Lougheed. Haven't heard from you yet.
Thank you for recognizing my button. A lot has exchanged since I pressed that button
There you
originally.
go.
But I was wanting to perhaps comment to Deputy Reeve Melhalf. If we use that same 800-meter radius restriction, we would be able to almost develop no gravel resources because most quarters have a residence on them or have a residence beside them, and in that case, just about there. I mean, it would restrict that. I think the important part of that 800-meter restriction is that we're not building a clustered subdivision or multiple multi-lot subdivisions within that radius. And I think that's a good distinction for me to look at, that we have existing development on many quarter sections that do have a gravel resource underneath, and it allows for some extraction. beside those residences that is agreeable to everybody when it's developed. So I think we still have things in place to protect our community against those developments as well.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Councillor Lougheed. Our administration is very, very good at ensuring that they bring back information when it's commented on. 78% just got thrown out as a number, and I'm sure that will come back with the accurate percentages at some point, perhaps for a future council meeting. Can we ensure that the numbers and the percentage of actual residents that actually filled out that survey all come along with it? Because I believe it was around 2.2%. Let's make sure those accurate numbers, rather than me throwing out a percentage, is actually here when those percentages are brought forward, because I believe it was under 200 people of our 12,000 residents that actually filled out that survey. Thanks.
Councillor Surback?
I just want to enlighten myself that this acreage kind of hits all the key notes to me. It's a real shame to have all of these utilities, natural gas, well, septic tank, boundary fences, everything in place, a good shelter belt, everything in place for an ideal situation in a county where we are lacking area for residents to reside on. And this is a great piece of property for that. It's not in my area. It's not the elite area of the county, but it's really close to it. So that's why I'm in favor of it. So I just wanted everybody to know that. Why leave all of this stuff sitting there and not being used when it's certainly there and it's not going to be moved as it costs too much money? When you start taking wells out, which I have done, very, very costly, extracting septic tanks, extracting natural gas is a ridiculous amount of money for a 5-acre lot that could serve a nice family. I'll get off my soapbox now.
Thank you. And looking at the time too, so just we have another public hearing. Go ahead.
And for sure, I
Councillor Lloyd?
do keep this very, very short, and I know that there are a number of councillors that are very passionate about protecting our community from what they believe are threats to the way of life here. I think we also have to be cautious that when we make our comments, that we're not misleading the public into non-factual information. So I appreciate the opportunity to have those facts defined again so that we are reminded of what fact is and what is not. So I appreciate that opportunity. One question though, with the previous MDP that before the 2023 MDP was adopted, was it possible to have a land use redesignation or a land use amendment that would have allowed for what we're deciding here today?
Mr. Bisson?
So under the 2010 MDP, you could have done a land use amendment application if it was passed. A subdivision could have been considered. Typically, we didn't see that for residential parcels. We've seen it a lot more for industrial and light industrial parcels that were one-offs around the county. But it's certainly something that could have been considered.
So I'm correct in saying that this application or this public hearing or this land use redesignation could have occurred with the 2010 MDP process?
Not specifically for a residential parcel.
Thank you. All right, motion on the floor for second reading. I will call Councillor Northcott.
Sorry, I know there was a discussion there about clusters and multi-lot subdivisions, but in that section of land, if you took all 3 quarters, what's the potential number of houses if you were to do three titles per quarter? Just in that section of land, if you took all 4 quarters, the future potential, how many houses could you have there? And I was just wondering, secondly, I know policy 6.213 there mentions surface resource extraction, but is there any consideration in here for, like Clearwater County is fortunate to have natural resources, but more than just aggregate like oil and gas. So those are resources as well. Is there any consideration for that for development of oil and gas? So first question is what's the potential, how many residents could be in that section? And if 6.2.3 considers subsurface resources such as oil and gas.
Sure. So you could have one house per acreage off of each of those quarter sections, and then potentially up to 2 residences on the quarter section. So I mean, you could have 4 houses on a quarter section if they're subdivided properly and all the applications are considered. So that would be, I guess, a total of 16 if you're talking about 4 quarters of land.
Yep. So in the middle of a section, yeah, you could have 16. Okay.
And then your other question was regarding oil and gas extraction.
Absolutely.
So that is something that we do review in the area. We take a look at Abadata and just take a look at existing pipeline facilities and existing wells and their proximity. In this case, we did that, and nothing was in conflict with the proposed subdivision.
Thank you. All right, motion for second reading by Councillor Cermak on the floor. I'll call the question. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I'd just like to request a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Councillor Graham?
I would like to make a motion that council grants third reading to bylaw amendment 1179/24.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? Councillor Northcott?
Just requesting a recorded vote again, please.
Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you very much for coming in today. Now moving on to our agenda, we are a few minutes behind, but we're at item 4.2, and it is for a public hearing for bylaw 1188/24. Morning. So with that, I'll call the meeting to order at 9:42, and I will outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, the development officer will explain the background of the application. Then the applicant will be invited to outline the reasons for the application. At any time, council members may have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will be then read out, and then anyone who is present whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues raised previously. So before we turn it over, let's take a quick moment to do our introductions, and I'll start with my right, please.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for the greatest division in the county, Division 3.
Welcome, good to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Division 1. Should I say that too? Because mine truly is the best. One, right? Yeah, and the Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, welcome, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, Councillor in Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, good to see you again. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5, the largest division in the county.
Welcome, Brian Cermak, counselor for Division 6, the most beautiful one in the county.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Kim Gillum, Manager of Planning.
Morning, Mike. Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Holly Beely, Senior Development Officer.
Good morning, Mike Marston, applying for an acreage.
Thank you very much. So now I'll ask Ms. Billy, the Senior Development Officer, to outline the background of this application, please.
Thank you. So Michael Marsden currently holds title to the northwest of 7, 39 of 4, containing 151.43 acres. The land is located northwest of the hamlet of Condor, approximately 1 mile east of Secondary Highway 761 and 1.5 miles north of Highway 11. The purpose of this application is to redesignate 6 acres from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. Last Hill Creek severs this quarter section into 2 portions, running northeast to southwest through the quarter section. This proposed 6-acre CRA parcel would be located in the northwest side of this quarter section. This proposal is flat agricultural land encompassing a ravine-like feature which slopes southeast towards the creek. It is undeveloped land with a cluster of aspen and spruce trees where an access proposed is via a 1-acre panhandle driveway. Currently, there is no access to the proposal. Township Road 39-2 lies adjacent to the north property boundary of the quarter section and provides legal and physical access, if complete, to a municipal standard. Low-lying land, which is seasonal drainage, runs along the proposal's northwest property boundary between an existing residential parcel and the proposal. This land is not included in the proposal, but may be more conducive with the parcel than the balance of the quarter section. The balance of the quarter section has a mix of natural features, so creeks and tributaries, and ranges in topography, with limited developable area for subdivision purposes. The northwest portion of this quarter section is relatively flat, pasture hayland on the upper bench that begins to slope southeast towards the creek. The slope is heavily treed with farmable land situated adjacent to the creek. And as I already mentioned, there is a residential parcel located in the southwest portion of this land. Township Road 39-2 has 2 approaches to the northwest side of this quarter section. The other half of the quarter section, being the southeast side of the creek, is described as a mix of rolling and flat land with various tributaries and portions of heavily tree coverage. There is flat land adjacent to the creek where the applicant currently resides and where some oil and gas sites are located. The developable land on this side of the creek cannot achieve the access requirements. This land is currently accessed by an oil lease road and deemed an industry standard access road, providing only physical access to this side of the land. The road is not county maintained and therefore the southeast side of the quarter section cannot achieve legal access. There is an undeveloped Range Road 5-0 that lies adjacent to the west property boundary of the quarter section in its entirety. In in February of 2023, the applicant received subdivision approval for a fragmented parcel severed by the creek. A condition of this approval was to create legal access to the property. Due to the costs associated with road development, the applicant has decided to withdraw the fragmented parcel subdivision approval and apply for a smaller residential parcel instead where access is achievable. Surrounding land uses in the area are predominantly agricultural with some residential parcels. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant would like to proceed with his subdivision application to create separate title to this parcel. Therefore, this application is in conjunction with the subdivision. So for planning direction, Dustin went through some policy, and I know you guys are familiar with it, so I'm just going to give you a brief description, but if you require clarification, please let me know. The Municipal Development Plan, Section 523, Subdivision Development of Agricultural Land, is in regarding the evaluating of ag land, the use of the land, and the reasonable availability for an alternative location. And I included a farmland assessment report with your package. Section 524 speaks to limiting infringements on agricultural operations. Section 6 outlines the general residential considerations such as suitable site, the location, compatibility with the area, access, and servicing, so your water and wastewater. Section 10 outlines the subdivision of land providing opportunity for a variety of parcel sizes, outlining preferred locations within the land, the creation of additional parcels to serve our growing needs of our community, legal and physical access, the number of parcels permitted. 10.2.4 of the MDP allows council to create a third title from a quarter section, and the maximum allowable size for a residential parcel unless otherwise deemed necessary. Section 10 also has a provision, so 10.2.6, that allows for a panhandle access. And that panhandle access does not form part of the overall parcel size requirements. Section 11 is in regards to water and wastewater services, and Section 14 would address municipal and environmental reserves, and those can be addressed at the subdivision application stage. From Clearwater County's Land Use Bylaw, I've included the Country Residential Agricultural District, which outlines permitted and discretionary uses, building requirements, and acceptable lot sizes. And then from the Municipal Government Act, Section 9 outlines matters to be considered with respects to the land type, the uses, and their impacts. So for planning considerations, this redesignation is to change the land use district of 6 acres in hopes of receiving subdivision approval for the creation of a third title. The size proposed complies with the CRA district requirements, creating an undeveloped 5-acre parcel and a 1-acre panhandle access. The proposal does have a feature in the southwest corner that should be considered when evaluating proposed property boundaries. The requirement of environmental reserve dedication will be evaluated at the subdivision application stage. The proposal can accommodate residential development and servicing. Administration recognizes the desired location as higher quality agricultural land, which is one of a number of factors council shall consider. This policy also outlines the reasonable availability for alternative locations as a factor to consider. There is low quality agricultural land within this quarter section, however, is too low for residential development, an area affected by future road alignment, or cannot achieve access requirements. The proposal is located in the same area as an existing parcel, and administration recommends encompassing the lower lying land between the proposal and the existing parcel, as it would be more conducive with the proposal. It's unfarmable and undevelopable land. Should council wish to include this 1.25 acres of low land with the proposal, administration recommends a slightly larger undeveloped parcel, as this land likely cannot be developed for residential use and will never be farmed. MPC recommended squaring off the proposed parcel. However, taking into consideration the features of the land, it would be very difficult for one to secure the property boundaries. Administration has attached a slightly larger map, so the one that's up on the screen for you, for a total area of 6.75 acres, and that does include the panhandle access for council's consideration. Legal and physical access can be achieved off Township Road 39-2 for both the proposal and the balance of the land. And road widening is a standard condition of subdivision, and in this case would encompass a slightly larger area in the northeast portion of the quarter section for the road realignment as per Public Works comments. The applicant has been working with administration to create a parcel that meets his needs and policy. At the regular council meeting held on March 12th, council reviewed and gave first reading to this application and direction to proceed to a public hearing. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised and posted online, where comments were invited from adjacent landowners, referral agencies, and affected parties. Upon consideration of the representation made at the hearing today, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third reading to this bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now ask council if they have any questions for the development officer. I have one. In regards to this future road alignment or future what road widening, it's only on the north boundary, correct?
Northeast corner
Northeast
of the, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Is the applicant acceptable with either of those two boundary layouts that you have there?
So I'll just clarify for you. The orange line was the initial proposal. After touring the site with the Municipal Planning Commission, there was recommendation to include the southwest corner between the two. So I amended that, but because it's lower lying land, it makes the parcel slightly larger to meet the applicant's request to allow that little sliver of land on the northeast side of the trees. But it also bumps in the east boundary so that the access way down to the farmable land by the river or by the creek can still be accessed by the balance of the quarter section. So I believe he is in agreement with the red line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for the development officer? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, according to the map, there's two driveways side by side. One already existing and one proposed.
Correct.
What is the setback from the road allowance that is in black? What is this, what is our regulations on setback from a road allowance for another road?
I believe that they can have, and Kim might be able to speak more to this, but I believe that it's just create property boundary adjacent to the road. That's their driveway. The Range Road 5-0 is not going to be developed because it goes down to the creek. So that's why when they created that initial residential parcel there, they had a panhandle access. Having driveways side by side is not ideal. They would have a joint approach onto the road, so it would just be the one approach coming on. And, you know, maybe the two landowners could work out an agreement to utilize one driveway, but we do still have to have the property boundary of the proposal touching the road in case there was ever an issue that came up sharing the driveway, that they would still have legal and physical access.
Okay.
So that's our policy.
No.
Right?
For access?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to have it both going to a road, but they can change it and make it into one approach.
No, any parcel you're creating has to have legal and physical access. There's an approach already there for the existing driveway. And so Public Works has recommended they extend that approach into a joint approach, so it would serve both the parcel's needs.
Oh, make it a super wide approach?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And Councillor Graham?
Does that have to be worked out between the two landowners ahead of time? I've never heard of a super wide approach. And I think of the place on Highway 11 where at one point there was a pole down the driveway because obviously the neighbors.
Well, there's a separation distance between approaches. I believe it's 50 meters.
Yeah.
So when Public Works went out and inspected it, they said that a joint approach would meet in that area, as long as it's completed to municipal standards.
Okay.
Maybe to help you a little bit, I've discussed with my neighbors, the possibility of upgrading the existing road that's there and sharing it together, and we have an agreement with that. I think the problem everybody's having is if we can still use that road, why do we need this other panhandle? Same as on any other application I've made to apply on other places on here, that panhandle has to be in existence. Let's say they sell their farm and some goat farmer comes in and says, you're not using my driveway because your horses stink or whatever, you know what I mean? And then I will have the ability to exit my property without encroaching on his property.
He would have legal access. Go ahead, Kim. Go ahead, Ms. Gillum.
I was just gonna jump in about the approach thing too. Obviously, it's helpful to have the adjacent landowners, like consent, but the physical approach is actually on county property anyways. And so really like our, Public Works just has to approve the location and the joint approach, and then at the point where the property boundaries start is where it would maybe separate. So like, obviously, it's better if you are in agreement, but in theory, it's up to us where those approaches are located and how they're constructed because it's within our property.
All right. Any further questions? Okay. Oh, Councillor Northcott?
Yeah, just some comments on the, seems we're on the discussion of roads. The quarter to the, so there'd be, my opinion that Range Road 50 should have been developed prior to the first parcel even being built. And then you could just have approaches off of that going into here instead of continually making more and more driveways.
Well, I think 50 should have been developed from the other end as well.
Well, you can see the chaos it's creating here, because even if you were to go to the quarter section to the west, if you did the reverse on the quarter to the west, I think how many approaches I think I think there'd be 7 approaches, like, because you'd have an approach going into the balance of the quarter, an approach into the proposed second parcel, acre driveway going into the first parcel. That's 1, 2, 3. Then if you did develop 50, that's another approach. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then let's see if the quarter to the west in the future was developed. There'd be a first parcel off, a proposed second parcel off, and then an approach into the balance of the quarter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like there could be a potential for 7. That's how it looks for me. Like,
Have 4 approaches per quarter section along that road. There's 2 to the balance of that quarter section, and then this approach would be 1 because it would just be a joint approach. So there's 3 approaches to that quarter section.
and then in the future, if the quarter section to the west, the mirrored subdivision application comes through into the future, I'm sure one day, but.
I understand what you're saying, it's just
Yeah.
policy does permit the 4.
Just leave it at that.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Lahi.
My question would probably be for administration, and just for the benefit of those listening, I'm fairly familiar with Range Road 50, but maybe administration could outline why the public purse was protected by not developing Range Road 50, maybe relating to bridges and sloping and extreme cost to develop 50. It actually caused a number of forced roads, but I'll let maybe administration can outline that.
Thank you. CO Ammons.
Thank you. 50 is very challenging. It's quite expensive to upgrade. There is 2 bridge files. One's a pony truss, the other one's a timber on this short section. The gradient and as well as the hill make it challenging as well. So if it was ever to see an upgrade, it would not be a economic construction job.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Just on for the development of municipal roads, do they have to be fully developed all the way through? Or, I mean, I don't know who lives on that first parcel out, but they built a driveway all the way down there. I'm just wondering if the municipality would have, would they have been able to just build a no exit road? You wouldn't have to cross the river with the extreme costs to develop that road. Could it just been a no exit road?
Where at, Councillor Northcott, sorry?
Range Road 50, right beside it, somebody developed. Yeah, the first parcel, they developed that driveway, but I don't know, that was a resident, that was a person, like one single individual. So how burdensome would it cost to have built that road, and made it a no-exit road so that that resident could have accessed the first parcel.
Typically, the economics of a subdivision aren't a consideration in creating subdivision. But if a road was built within undeveloped right-of-way, it would have to be built to our standards.
Absolutely.
Especially considering subdivision. So I would respectfully suggest the cost to build that road would exceed the value of the subdivision.
Right, but now we have driveways that are consuming, unnecessarily consuming land. It's creating a chaotic mess there. Like, you wouldn't have had to build, that would not have had to have been built all the way through, cross the creek, put a bridge in, no. That could have been a no-exit road, but now it's creating a mess of driveways there.
If these two subdivisions were considered at the same time, would be my response, Councilor Northcott. That might have been a conversation or a consideration. Given the timelines between the two, it wasn't a consideration back in the day.
Right. So poor planning back in the day is my guess. I'll just leave it at that for now.
Did you have something to add, Mr.?
Oh, I don't know if it's really gonna add
Director.
now, but, you know, you can really see, you know, for the decision of the day, you know, in the effort to provide that subdivision, it wasn't in my time, but of course, in order to have that subdivision located in the first subdivision located where it's at, that would have, if they were to construct on road allowance, that would have had to been constructed to a municipal standard, right? So, like I say, that would have been 300 meters of municipal standard road in order to have access into that, into the existing parcel. So the likelihood of the development of Range Road 50, just due to the topography, you know, it was, I'm gonna say it was a cost-effective solution to solve a problem for a subdivision of the day. So I could see the merit in it just because of the constructability of Range Road 50, and like I say, for the decision of the day, with just an access right beside, you know, from a policy perspective, you know, somebody asked the question, and what does the policy say? Is yes, it's 50 meters in between approaches, but it's supposed to be 150 meters from an intersection. So there was a lot of, I guess, thought process in order to make this a viable acreage at the time. So as I say, considering that the unlikelihood development of 50 and the, you know, trying to get a cost-effective solution for that acreage, so the decision was made in the day. And then we do have a new problem today.
Does our policy also state that if a resident does, you know, if this was a first-time creation of that one parcel, that they would partake in, and they wanted to, I'm just trying to think if it's the 75-25 split, if you could, that would be on a creation of a new, of a parcel at that time, would it not?
Yeah, and unlikely no, because that would be that 300 meters, for example, would be 100% borne on the developer, because the closest access to that quarter would be right against Range Road 32 or whatever. So the parcel itself already has municipal access, so the county would not cost share that additional cost going south.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Just to clarify, and I have to commend the neighbors or potential neighbors for working together on this, but as long as there is an agreement to share that road, this panhandle driveway doesn't need to be developed, and it could remain for agricultural use until the point that it's required. Is that correct?
Ms. Bailey?
It is, but like I had said previously, that both landowners would have to be in agreement, and at this time, like, we don't have an agreement in front of us, but yes, that's what the applicant is.
Yeah, so
trying
legally,
to achieve.
we're required to allow that. How it's actually used is up to the landowners.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's no further questions for the development officer, we'll carry on with the public hearing. I will now invite Ms. Bailey to present any comments received from referral agencies, please.
The agencies. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridor offered the following comments and observations with respect to the land use amendment. Pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, the department expects the municipality to comply with any applicable items related to the provincial highways in the ALSA plan if applicable. And the department expects the municipality will mitigate impacts of traffic generated from the development on local road connections with the highway system. That the department anticipates minimal impact on the highway from the proposal. There is no direct access to the highway and sufficient local road access to the subdivision and adjacent lands. Alberta Transportation has no objections with the redesignation. And then with respects to the possible subdivision, they offer the following comments. The proposed subdivision is subject to the requirements of Section 18 and 19 of the matters related to subdivision development regulations. Section 18 of the regulations is not being met. However, the department anticipates minimal impact on the highway, therefore grants an approval for the subdivision authority to waiver Section 18, and the requirements of Section 19 are being met. Alberta Health Services indicated they have no objection and are satisfied the application poses minimal risk to public health. And then they provided their standard comments outlining the nuisance and general sanitation regulations and the required setback separation distance for water and wastewater services. Public Works Operations has indicated there is currently no access to the proposal and a joint approach will be required, complete to a municipal standard. The balance of the quarter section has field access. And Public Works Infrastructure has indicated no objections. A future acquisition of land agreement for road widening purposes will be required at the time of subdivision along the north and west property boundaries, which the west property boundaries is on the other side of the creek, just to clarify that side for you guys. Public Works has requested an additional condition of subdivision B that the applicant enter into negotiations for extra right-of-way along Township Road 39-2 for future bridge replacement and road realignment. Fortis Alberta and TELUS Communications had no objections. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed and toured the proposal on April 17th, and they discussed and received clarification on the farmland assessment ratings, their access, the shape, the location, and the size of the proposed parcel and the panhandle driveway. MPC recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading to this application with the amendments that I've done up there to square off the proposal and include the 1.25 acres of land between the proposal and the existing parcel. And they did recommend not to exceed the maximum of 6 acres, so that 5 acre of developable land and the 1 acre panhandle driveway. And in doing this, they indicated the strip of agricultural land in the northeast of the tree cluster there will likely not be able to fit within the proposal. Those are all the comments from agencies.
Okay, thank you. I'll now ask the applicant if you'd like to speak to your proposal and add any comments in support of your request and respond to any of the agency comments.
Okay.
You may go ahead.
The only few things that I would like to talk about, the strip of land on the east side is like if you were to go out there, the snow is just going now. That is the only place where I'd be able to have a garden and such like that. It's also where I would like to keep my round corral, so my horses aren't right in my yard. I just like, if you were to look at my actual yard, where my round pen and everything is right now, it's quite a bit bigger than 5 acres. And unfortunately, I'm having to downsize, and I understand that that's not your fault. But I would be upset to hear that I would have to take on non-usable land for usable land on land that I already own, on land that I'm going to pay a substantial amount of money for, $20,000, and that I am going to have livestock on. And I'd like to build my future. This is not something that I decided I wanted to do, or I'm not building an acreage to sell it to make money. I got really sick in November. I've been unable to work since then. And unfortunately, I have a beautiful log house that I have to sell. And that the reasoning for this acreage and this area I have thought out as well and best possible as I can. The space in between, my neighbor has also offered or forwarded the information that she would like the buffer between the two properties. She would prefer that. And I think regardless of whether we have on the side of some trees, we have some good agricultural land, or if we turn around and we take that, we make it 5 acres and we push it to the north, we're still utilizing agricultural land equivalently. Like, if we were to take this, for example, and move it to here, this would continue to here to make the 5 acres, correct? So I'm trying to, I farm it, and I tried to put into consideration how I would want to farm around it. You know, and like I said, I would like some east exposure. I don't know if there's anything else there, regarding my round pen, yeah, and a garden. If I ever wanted to build a garden, it would never grow inside of here.
Thank you. I'll now ask any members of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Any members of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, Ms. Bailey, have you received any written submissions in favor of the request?
I did not.
Thank you. I'll now ask any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak in opposition of the application? I will now ask Ms. Bealey, were there any written submissions opposing the request?
There were, this morning I received one additional email, and I did try to email it to you guys. She asked that I not read her letter out publicly, but I did circulate it to you guys if you want to take a minute in between the public hearing and second and third reading to fully read that over. But I did try to recap her concerns with the other email that I received. So concerns are the past uses of the land, the driveway and the number of approaches onto 39-2, the shape of the parcel, and the potential to limit access to the creek for whoever was to purchase the balance of the quarter section. And they outlined that this is good quality hayland currently. If the proposed driveway was to be developed for this parcel, plowing snow, would it affect the neighboring driveway? They had questions about the septic system and whether, because it's on the upper bench, whether it would, potentially contaminate the creek, and if it could be accommodated out there in relation to their water well. And then just outline that their water source is there, and if there was existing systems to be put in, how would that impact them? And that's all the concerns.
Okay. Thank you. I'll now ask the applicant to present your final remarks. Do you have any final remarks that you'd like to acknowledge with council?
I tried to do up myself listening to everybody and everybody like that, an accommodating situation that came to 7.26 acres. It accommodates me to the top of the hill with my strip out to the side, and it also takes in the land that everybody is concerned with. And I would like to pass that around for consideration. Is that how you do that? Oh, just my phone.
Oh, just on your phone?
Yeah, and you can compare it to what's there, and just have to keep tapping it.
Could you mail it to Lana on the big screen?
Yeah, if you know how to do that.
Okay, good. Okay, so with that. All right, Councillor Lougheed.
And maybe while that's happening, if I could ask the applicant maybe a couple questions so I understand his application a little better.
Sure.
When he has a moment, so.
Okay. So,
Well, maybe we'll just
Yeah.
state while
Yeah.
we're waiting, I am within the neighborhood and I have observed this quarter over the years. And so I was just gonna ask Mr. Marston, how long have you farmed this land? 15 years. And just looking at the topographical map, I know there's, although it looks relatively flat and normal in this picture, that there's some very challenging topography there for farming. Would that be fair to say that? And there's varying soil types and physical features?
Say that if I wasn't so young and stupid, I would have bought something square.
And I will say from observation that I have seen this property develop over those 15 years into more of a park-like setting than could ever be imagined. I commend you in that as well. And have, at present, or when you've been farming this, typically this has been for hay or just pasture?
Grass hay.
Grass
I
hay.
raise horse hay.
Okay. And then, would it be fair to say that in the more shady side of those trees, the ones that tend to not get as much sunlight, it's not quite as productive as it would be if it was getting full sunlight?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Thank you.
Like that is not a very productive little circle in there. It's, it thaws late. It's.
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Alrighty. No, agriculture is more than just cultivated fields, but Alberta is the largest cattle producing province in all of Canada. And I know there's lots of mention about soil assessment and soil classification, but with the current state, and everybody's fully aware that water and the drought situation that Alberta is in. But if you look at a map, Clearwater County, and I've said this before, is fortunate for the amount of rainfall and snowfall and the moisture that we get here, which if you don't have water, you really don't have anything. So, and those shady areas, those that offers really nice shelter for cattle in the summer on those hot days. You'll often see, you know, yeah, cows, calves.
To where I can utilize that with my own livestock as well.
Yeah.
But it is a very steep slope.
Absolutely.
So in all reality, most of the trees that are on there, you'd have to have cows with legs like this. You know, it's quite an, in a set of cowboy boots on the leaves, you'll slide down the hills.
Yeah, I guess my point was that I was making was it's cattle and other, they can graze. It doesn't always have to be a cultivated field to be considered agriculture.
No, absolutely.
All right, so with that, I will close the hearing at 10:22. Oh, sorry.
We're not putting up a picture.
All right, thank you very much. We'll not entertain any motions at this time. So just looking at the time, we will move on to item 5.2 for consideration of second and third readings for the for bylaw 1188/24. And I'll turn the floor back to Ms. Beely for this consideration.
Just before I proceed, I just want to ensure you guys had an opportunity to read the additional email. Jordan, you don't have your computer.
Yes.
Do you want me to make you, oh, you do, okay.
I'm just wondering, would council like a 10-minute break? And that would give us an opportunity to read that letter at that point in time. So let's call a 10-minute break, be back at 10:35. and welcome back from our break. We were at item 5.2 in our agenda, this consideration of second and third readings for bylaw 1188/24. So we were in conversation or in discussion in regards to the, we had a letter of opposition that came in just before the public hearing. Council's had an opportunity to read it over the break and as we deliberate second and third readings. So we'll open it up for discussion or a motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Can you confirm where the access for the remainder would be if this was to be approved? I don't want to set us up into a position that we're creating a parcel and then no access to the remainder, no municipally approved access to the remainder of the quarter section.
Ms. Billy?
To point out where you have your field access to the northwest portion there? Just by the little.
Field access is right here, you see my hay-bales? So it'd be right here, and then I have another one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Or I'll entertain a motion for second reading. Oh,
Before you do that,
okay, go ahead, Ms. Beal.
I did draft up one other map. I'm gonna get Alana to pull up just for your consideration. So, because MPC had recommended no larger than 5 acres, so because we're including the lower lying land that essentially is undevelopable, I did recommend a slightly larger parcel. But if we were to stay with MPC's recommendation of the 5 acres, 5 acres would be within that dash line, just to give you reference
Okay,
of what a 5 acre parcel would look like. Although that's not what the applicant is asking for.
okay. Councilor Graham?
I don't remember where it was, but there was mention of a special feature kind of in the trees. Are the trees the special feature, or is there something else within there?
It's, yeah, it's like a ravine-like feature in there.
Okay, okay.
It's kind of like a channel that drops down and runs off towards the creek. And it's right in that cluster of trees.
Okay, is there runoff that goes through there then? Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Lougheed?
Yes, having toured the site with the MPC and understand the physical topography there, it does present some challenges, but I think the applicant has demonstrated a willingness to incorporate those natural features or that natural capital within his proposal. I think it utilizes that undevelopable space as a buffer or a barrier or a shelter belt, some level of privacy and protection. So I think that's a great way to incorporate those natural features, and I think it took a lot of forethought to pick a spot like this out of this property. And I know that both the MPC and this council have placed a great importance on having uniform boundaries. So I can try to find that balance of we like to stay within the guidelines of our development policies, but I think this allows this group to create a bit of a variance to meet those needs of having a more uniform boundary, more uniform parcels. And I think if that initial proposal is agreeable with the applicant still, not the initial, but the red line golf club shaped one that was 6.75 acres, I would be pleased to motion for second reading on that.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
start the discussion.
You bet. I understand that with the coulee, well, actually, I'm looking at the whole quarter section as it is, less the subdivision, and it seems like you've taken advantage, or the landowner's taken advantage of every farmable spot he could with this, so he's maximized the production of what already is on this quarter section, so I can appreciate his efforts over his time owning this property. So knowing that he would like to downsize, I know that he would do everything in his, it would mimic the same type of characteristics. He would appreciate the environmental end of things and also maximize his egg property or egg producing property that's within his subdivision that he's proposing. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. My question is for the development officer. I toured this site with MPC, and yes, the usable amount of this property is less than the size of the acreage. Is there still room for driveways, dwellings, wells, septic fields in all of this? Has anyone looked at?
Pretty good.
If the proposal is developable, like if it can accommodate
Yes.
services, it would have room to accommodate services.
Would be?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. In that case, I will support this motion. I know that the ravine extends further to the northwest than the tree line, so adding that bit of extra distance there makes it more usable. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
So this proposal is the bold red line at this point,
Correct.
Yes.
and there is no utilities whatsoever on this piece of property.
It's undeveloped.
Undeveloped, no driveway, no nothing. Thank you.
Councillor Gray?
So if the runoff goes through the property, how will the septic work then? Because I assume that runoff then does go into the creek. How does that work?
The applicant would have to work to obtain approval from Alberta Safety Codes. So it's a certified installer that comes out. They would recommend based on the soil type, the different type of system that could be accommodated on that site.
Okay.
It's not something that's governed by Clearwater County, but there is substantial room, and the property, like the acreage to the south, has servicing out there, so we know that there is some type of servicing out there that can be accommodated on that proposal.
Okay. May I ask another
Yes,
question?
absolutely.
So for policy, there can't be an approach within, I think, 150 meters of an intersection was what it was. Is because 5-0 is developed going north, and I understand there's already an approach there, but how isn't adding another approach or enlarging the approach, but adding another entrance to another property kind of against policy?
That approach is already there. We're simply just extending it, but maybe Eric could speak to Public Works policy.
Director Hansen?
Yeah, I guess you're right that it's still in contravention of the approach policy because the setback is 150 meters. I guess in our opinion, the damage is done when we've already approved the existing approach. With widening it to go from a single approach to a double approach, there is no additional damage that could be interpreted from that. I know it's an existing approach. It was obviously approved as the day as a relaxation. With that policy, the council has that authority to do that. So from a Public Works perspective, it doesn't make it any worse than what we have today.
That's fair. Thank you.
All right, motion on the floor for second reading. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. While I absolutely understand why the applicant would like this, this property, it does not conform with the municipal development plan. As even in the smaller size, it is still larger than what we allow for an undeveloped parcel. And for that reason, along with the letters of opposition, I will not be supporting the motion on the floor today.
Okay. Councillor Graham?
Yeah, I'm very torn on this one, and I think Deputy Reeve Melhoff spoke very well to it. It sounds like a really cool property. I would love to see it. And sometimes I wish council did go out and see the properties too. I think that would make these decisions easier, but I think where I'm at right now, I don't think I'm sorry, but I don't think I can be in favor of second reading. It doesn't follow the MDP. Maybe it can be looked at redoing it a bit so it does fit the MDP, but how it's presented, I will not be able to support second reading either.
Okay. Councillor Northcott.
Okay. Something that's not talked about very often, but Councillor Graham had mentioned that earlier, I think in the previous application or previous subdivision of land applicant, but if people could have the opportunity to be able to raise a beef or something on their acreage. And there are a lot of people out there that do have the proper handling facilities and cattle handling equipment, but are there cases where there is neglect to livestock because of not having the proper case, like the proper infrastructure to be able to treat cattle? Like if you have a steer on steer on a property, but there's more than just having that steer or that cow or that horse. Like, those animals can get sick, right, with hoof rot, pink eye, hardware, all those. So then, and even with restrictions that Health Canada has placed in, a few years ago, where you have to have a annual premise visit by a veterinarian on your place to be able to get antibiotics to treat livestock. So I'm just wondering if that's ever considered for the, yeah, but on a bigger picture, right? There's neglect to animals by not having the proper cattle handling equipment there. Like it sounds nice when you say I have a steer, and I know a lot of people do, but maybe not everybody does. So I just wanted to see if that could be a consideration in the future.
Okay. Second, Councillor Graham.
I see where you're coming from, Councillor Northcott, but I think that's very unfair to say that because someone has a smaller piece of land, they neglect their animals. I think the way that you say that also kind of throws people that put their animals out west on grazing leases out there. People have the ability to rope animals. People don't need big handling systems to deal with animals. I don't think, I'm a little offended by that as someone who I'm quite confident in my cattle handling skills, and if I were to have animals on my parcel, to think that I would be accused of not treating them properly because it's a small parcel of land, I think that's very unfair. And absolutely there are people who do that. There are people who have 300 head of cattle who neglect their animals, and it's like anything in the world, there's going to be the bad actors, as President McLaughlin of the RMA calls them, but this gentleman, I believe, already farms, and from what he said, from what I've heard, he has done an incredible job with his property. He obviously, if he's farming horses, is quite knowledgeable about horses already. So I think that's a pretty unfair question or statement to make.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and that's an interesting perspective to share. I don't know if we ever want council, and I hope we never reach the day where we get into defining agricultural practices or animal husbandry by council here. That might be a very big can of worms to open up. But I guess maybe my comment goes back to the Deputy Reeves, that it falls outside of the MDP. Part of that reason it falls outside of that, and I want to restate it again, is that this council, the MPC, has developed a trend to create nice, square, uniform boundaries around every parcel. And when you're looking at a parcel like this that is really, I think the goal here is to utilize that natural capital, which is also a very important aspect of our municipal development plan. We want to maximize natural capital. We want to make sure that it fits within the usage of that land. It's not going to defer from agriculture. It's actually going to enshrine agricultural in the next generation. We're getting more people on the land interested in producing food to feed themselves. And that's, if you think of agriculture in its primary sense, it is to produce feed for people. It's not to get a bigger cultivator or a bigger combine. It's to produce food for people. And sometimes, I mean, maybe there's some question on that, but I think people that have a small parcel have a high level of interest in the animals and the crops they grow, and they can be very productive on that land. So I know what you're saying about this parcel being outside of the restrictions, not restrictions, guidelines within the MDP. There also is an allowance in there where it seems practical that we can stretch that a little bit to make a parcel that also meets kind of the trend of council and the trend of the MPC to create more uniform parcels for future reference where we don't have something that people are asking, why did they make it this funny shape? The funny shape was really to fit the land into our guidelines, not our guidelines into the land. And this is where I think we have that variance ability within our decision-making process that allows us to look at each thing, as it's stated, in a case-by-case basis. This is not something that is going to be replicated everywhere. This is a very unique property. It's a very unique proposal that truly utilizes the best qualities of that land and puts it in a parcel that makes it work. And I would suggest again too that there is very little developable land on this. Much of this proposal is to utilize land that has a minimal agricultural impact, but has a good natural capital portion. And that's kind of my perspective. That's why I proposed that we perhaps stretch that issue of variance that allows a slightly larger parcel in this case, because of this case and because of the I'm not going to say willingness, I'll just say willingness of our development authority and council to create uniform parcels. And I don't think we ever want to create a parcel that's unusable. I think this is a usable parcel, and it really maximizes that natural capital. So that's why I will be supporting the motion I made.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
Just a response into Councillor Graham's comments there. I had no intent to offend anybody, and I did clearly state that they're not all, but there are some very diligent, well, actually a lot of very diligent residents in Clearwater County that look after the animals just fine. However, through more creations of subdividing of the rural landscape, you're going to make more and more parcels, right? So to not consider the neglect of animals or the potential of not having the proper cattle handling equipment and stuff like that to be able to handle that, I really, I'll leave it at that, but I think it's something that should be considered into the future. That's
okay. Motion on the floor for second reading. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Ms. Beely, there's a agreed upon list of land use planning considerations. Is future animal treatment on the list of land use planning considerations?
Ms. Bailey?
I do not believe it is.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, Ms. Beely. In our referral process, we do refer to our Ag Services Board, do we not, for consideration?
Yeah.
Okay.
The department, yes.
Yeah, oh, thank you for the clarification. No, that's great. All right, so motion for second reading. Go ahead, Councillor Lahi, before.
And thank you for that indulgence. I know that I also heard that there was some concerns with the letters submitted, and although that individual didn't want to go on the record publicly, I can share that some of those concerns were about safety on the road, I believe, on that Township Road 39-2, I believe, and maybe I would ask Mr. Hanson, you know, at that intersection, are there good sight lines to that intersection? And then I'd ask maybe about some of the challenges of the section of that road on the very north east part of the property, and if that is a greater safety concern than it would be sight lines on that intersection.
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, so I wasn't the one that physically inspected that area. It was our operations group that inspects the sight lines for that. So with their comments to saying that a widened approach would satisfy that, so then I'm confident in our staff that would evaluate the site distance at that time. You're absolutely right, Range Road 39-2 has great topographical constraints and two restricted bridges, and we've been looking for a solution to address these, the restricted bridge concerns, the dangerous curves that are currently existing. You know, we have concrete barriers up there to protect the traveling public from going off the slope. Say this is, that's where the widening comes, is the request that comes with the subdivision is to try to, you know, can we manage an agreement there at this time to, you know, we understand that Mr. Marston has a concern to, or a desire to create a subdivision. Public Works and Historically Council has the desire to fix the road. So, and in order to fix the road, securing land is part of that process. This is, and of course, it doesn't solve it with this, well, you know, if we were to come to agreement on this partial, we have other issues to the east that have to be fleshed out, as well as the approval of council, like that road upgrade and that those bridges are not a inexpensive item there to take on. So it's not going to be a fast process, but it would be the start of a process where we just want to try to ensure that the interest is there with the securing additional land for the improvement to make that a safer road.
Thank you.
And if I could just, you know, community comment in there is, they're very appreciative that there is a restriction on those bridges, because otherwise that would be a truck trap. That's essentially, for lack of a better word, it's a series of slippery curves leading to a bridge in a very narrow bridge. It's just, I'll say it this way, I don't think it meets our county standard at all, and it needs to be worked on. So, and I know there's plans to do that at some point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I was just going to request a recorded vote, and yeah, just leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Motion for second reading. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is defeated. So with that, we will motion defeat, so we don't no longer need to go to third reading. So we'll move on to item 5.3. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Martinson. And we'll move on to item 5.3, consideration of first reading for the 2024 tax rate bylaw 1194-24, and the review of the draft community aggregate policy payment levy bylaw 1164-23. So with that, I believe it's, we'll start with Ms. Serhan. Please.
Morning, Council. So the first item I have before you is the tax rate bylaw, but before we get into the item, I'm just going to have Alana pull up a little diagram that I thought was interesting. It got forwarded to me by a coworker. And you'll see there's 3 circles there. I want stable services, and I want low density. So the overlap there is that high taxes need to happen if you want less people in your area, but you want stable services. You want low taxes and low density, that means less services. There's no way to pay for stable services and higher services if you don't have the assessment base and the lower tax rate. And then the other 2 bubbles that overlap are I want stable services and I want low taxes, and that means a higher assessment base, which means more density. And the I guess the caveat there is that the more density, the more services that are required to support that density. And to have stable services, low density, and low taxes, you'll see in the very center that scenario just doesn't exist. So I just wanted to review that little diagram. I thought it was quite well done and a little bit insightful. So, so we're going to move on to the tax rate bylaw. And again, as we're reviewing this is the first draft, and being that it is a bylaw, it requires 3 readings. And we assume that first reading will happen either with or without amendments. And then the second and third readings would come back to council at the next council meeting. So the background, in accordance with Part 10, Sections 326 to 343 of the Municipal Government Act, administration has prepared the first draft of the annual tax rate bylaw for the year of 2024. Again, this uses the 2023 assessment base. So the bylaw encompasses 4 requisitions. One is the provincial school tax requisition, and it has an increase of $1,324,579, or 7.5%. And this is due to the increase in the assessment base from 2021 to 2022. The school requisition is always based on the equalized assessment, and the equalized assessment cannot be completed until all the appeals are heard to solidify the assessment for that year. So 2023's assessment is going through appeals through 2024 and will become the equalized assessment for the 2025 tax rate. So again, that the provincial school requisition is based on equalized assessment, which is always a year behind. So that's why you see a fluctuation of the amount of pie that is allocated to Clearwater County for the total school requisition. The province has not increased its tax rates or requisition on the assessment base for 4 or 5 years. So there's no increase to the actual rate. It's just the increase that they get for provincial school requisition is solely based on the amount of assessment that increases year over year. And again, because Clearwater County's equalized assessment rose from 21 to 22, there is a larger amount of school requisition allocated to Clearwater County in the 2024 tax season. The actual rate change on the current assessment base, so when we spread out the allocation over the 2023 assessment, which is how we requisition taxes within Clearwater County, the current assessment base is a decrease of 0.2% for school requisition on residential, and non-residential ratepayers pay an increase of 2.1%. That is because there was also a large increase in the assessment base from 2022 to 2023. So in the non-equalized, that's just your general assessment base that the requisitions get applied to. The assessment base is 2023, taxes 2024. So next year, Clearwater County will see an additional increase in the allocation of school requisition, and if there isn't also another increase to the assessment base, that percentage, the rate will have to increase to collect all of the provincial school requisition that is allocated to Clearwater County.
Excuse me, Ms. Ryan, would you entertain a question?
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. And I know you emailed me on this, but I totally did not understand it at all. I'm sorry. School foundation.
Yeah.
Historically, our residents have been able to choose Catholic school or public school, and now there's a new one called the School Foundation on their requisition forms.
I think it's
What
just,
is it?
yeah, it's just the official name of the school, of the public schools. And it's the Provincial Association of Alberta Schools Foundation.
Okay, so in simplest of terms, they've just renamed.
Yeah, it's just
on
the
the
different.
requisitions.
Yeah, it's just a different name. There's actually only 2 things that ratepayers can choose to allocate their to indicate on their role as being allocated to either Catholic school or public school. That being said, even though we collect that data isn't used to distribute the provincial school funds any longer. It used to be used when property taxes were paying a more significant amount of the requisition that went to the school boards. However, that percentage of the total that the province gives to the school divisions that's comes from property taxes down to about 30%. So the other 70% comes from general revenues within the provincial purse. So the province has determined a formula on how to distribute the funds to the educational bodies, and it is not based on how the ratepayer chooses to indicate on their role or land title any longer. Clearwater County still collects this information, I guess because, as with any political change, they were concerned that it wouldn't stay, and so they still collect that information, but it's not being used for any sort of funding allocation process.
Follow up?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm still confused. I won't mention names or anything, but I'm looking at requisitions. And all three are even listed on some, where it's the Wild Rose School Division, Red Deer Catholic number 39, and the School Foundation.
You mean on the assessment notice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's just Rob and I've spoke and we've talked about how we will change that for next year.
some got
Should
changed
be.
already and some did not.
Well, some, if they only indicated, didn't indicate Wild Rose at any time, then maybe that one isn't an option on their assessment notice. I don't know if it's tied to the assessment class. We'll have to look at the reasons why some printed all three and some only printed two. And again, I mean, it's, Clearwater County still houses that data within our assessment database, but it's not used for anything.
Thank you.
Would you have some supplementary, Mr. Koch?
Just a few comments here. Because this was the first year of the assessment notice project, I didn't pay attention to all the data that was being pulled out of our assessment software. And one of them was the school requisition, and some of it is historical. And like Mr. Han was saying, there was old records within the system when Wild Rose, and there's even a Wolf Creek in there. So there's some historical data that was sitting there, was inputted years before I came to this position, and just sitting there and had not been utilized in the past because we were doing the combined notice. So the combined notice was pulling data from a different source, and so those school requisition allocations did not show the same way on that combined notice as they are showing on the assessment notice that we've mailed out. So I'm getting a lot of queries from the public, and I'm trying to explain. I did get some clarification from our CAO in that regards, and Mr. Han in regards to how the school requisition works. Because it's a tax, doesn't fall under my department, so I wasn't paying much attention to it until I started getting the calls from the public. So we are trying to clarify it with everybody that does call in and ask about the school support question. And I'm trying to, I'll be working hard to update the records within my system. But at this point, we have like 12,000 records, historical records sitting in the assessment software in regards to school support, and some of it might even be from prior owners to a property where we used to ask them to fill out that school support, and we have some of them still historically in the system, but I don't believe we've collected that specific support notice for at least the 6 years that I've been here. So there's data sitting in the system. It got pulled onto that current assessment notice. We're working to clarify it with the public and hopefully modify it so that we don't have that confusion going forward.
Thank
Thank you. See no other red lights. Please carry on.
Okay, so the next requisition is the municipal tax requisition. And the draft bylaw includes a 1% municipal tax rate increase across all assessment classes. And of course, this is up for debate within council. One of the things that I just want to touch on here is that rate increases don't necessarily equate to revenue increases as far as the amount. So if you have a 1% rate increase, it doesn't necessarily indicate a 1% overall revenue increase because the assessment base changes so much within Clearwater County. And that this is a perfect example of how that happens year over year. We have had several non-residential projects happening within Clearwater County, and there's quite a bit of growth that is additional assets over what we would consider inflationary or market value increases. So this is new assets that are being taxed, not necessarily the same assets that were in the assessment base previously, and I think I speak to that a little bit further on. The Seniors Foundation tax requisition from Westview Lodge has increased from $919,198 to $1,226,150, which is an increase of $306,000 or 33%. And the breakdown is $854,000 for operations and $371,512 for the capital reserve. So that shows that lodge isn't sustaining operations solely on the occupants that live there. That's being supplemented through a property tax requisition through Clearwater County and also through the town of Rocky Mountain House. And again, $854,000 of that is for operations and $371,000 of that is for capital projects in the future.
I see a couple of lights, so go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I didn't push my button at this time,
Okay,
sorry.
then Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Does the town have a similar requisition, or is this for both of us?
No, this is for Clearwater County residents only, and the town does have a portion of the requisition for the Seniors Foundation. It's based on equalized assessment that the province tallies as far as what equalized assessment in the town is taxable for the seniors requisition, and there's a very specific criteria. It's actually the highest assessment base, even higher than the school requisition. There are some machinery and equipment properties that do not contribute to the provincial school tax requisition, but that do contribute to the Seniors Foundation tax requisition. So, and then it's calculated based on that equalized assessment, and therefore the rate would be similar whether you were in the town or in the county.
Okay. Does their requisition come with some explanation? I'm just wondering why the capital reserve is so large. Is that to replace the building in the future?
I think we have members of council that are on that board that maybe could speak to that.
Sure. So Councillor Cermak and I sit on that board, and understanding that the capital asks of what's happening with that particular lodge. As Councillor Cermak has been part of project building before, we're very disappointed in how it got built in the past, but because we're now realizing some of the breakdown that's happening that should not be breakdown in such a short period of time. So, for example, the roof is has to be reshingled. Having issues with water coming into the back. There has been no weeping tile, so we're getting leakage issues. There's gonna be a dining floor that needs to be replaced at some point in time. There's a lot of issues that are coming forward, and also with the fact of COVID and coming out, there was, the lodge was not full. So in other words, we did not have all the occupants that would have been this, but we still had the same operational cost because we still had the amount of people and everything else going forward. So do I foresee this continuing to increase in the future? I hope not, but it hasn't been caught in the past and we have caught it now. So I don't know if Councillor Cermak, you want to add to that, or if I explained it well enough.
I think you explained it well enough. The roof is a little more than just the shingles. There wasn't proper alignment with the rafters.
That's right.
The roof has shifted. Wasn't tied together properly. Rafters weren't put over the studs where the support should be. This is a piece of property, so that I've looked into it. This piece of building is only 11 or 12 years old. It is having issues that buildings 50 years old doesn't have. The cement is crumbling, and nobody took samples of the cement when it was being poured. That's just something that you do. You take cylinders of every load that comes into a site, or at least I did. The rafters, I guess I'm saying is that the person that was looking after the job was hired by the contractor. So you have the fox looking after the hen house. Sorry to put it that bluntly, but that's exactly what took place. And if anybody has anything to say about that, they can get a hold of me. Because I have witnessed what happened in front of the of our elevator. The floor started to go there. So we thought it was just flooring that needed to be replaced. So we took it up. We had to take the whole floor, cement floor out, redo the base, and put in all new rebar and everything. And that is not cheap when you do it after the fact. And then we had to tie it into stuff that is not quite up to par that we tied into, but we can get by with it for a few years. So it's pretty exasperating being on this board to see what took place. Sorry for being on my soapbox.
That's fine. The building is still safe, but we're seeing the.
Very safe.
Very
and we
safe.
made sure of that.
Absolutely. Sorry you asked, Councillor Ratcliffe, but.
Well, yes, thank you for that report on that. On the seniors lodge. How many, what's the capacity of that building? Like how many?
I believe it's 84 units.
Pardon me?
84 units.
84 units.
Some of them are like doubles,
Yeah.
but there's 84 units there.
And occupancy, current occupancy?
I believe we get our meeting here on this tomorrow, so I would say, like, I think we only have one or two rooms empty.
Oh,
We're just about to full capacity again, so it's
All right.
just taking a little while, so.
Yes, I'm sorry I asked, but thank you for the information.
We're very appreciative of Councillor Cermak's past construction experience because he understands where the lines are drawn and where they should have been maybe looked at a little bit better.
And I'd also like to
Go ahead,
say
Councillor.
that we do an inspection on all the rooms once a year. That's the board
Inspections.
and
The CO,
seal.
yes, everything is inspected,
Very comprehensive look at everything.
yeah, for sure. Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. A couple of questions. This particular requisition is not just for the lodge, correct? There's several buildings that this group is
This is strictly
responsible
the
for?
lodge. It's a different, it's a different group. Under the home management board, there's two different, the lodge is owned by the municipalities and the other senior independents are owned by the government. So the government will give us funding depending on those particular operations and those rentals that we get from. But no, this is specifically for the Westview Lodge.
Okay, and my other question is actually now about insurance. So if this is 12 years old and already seeing this type of concerns, I'm sure we're fairly well insured. A lot of those types of problems should be insurable, and/or we should be getting a lawyer to go after the company that built this thing, one or the other, because it doesn't seem to me that a building of that age should be having this level of problem and then it be a continual tax burden on the rest of the municipality. Do we not have other options, i.e. litigation and/or insurance?
But it's too far gone in the past. I will refer to Councillor Emmons.
Councillor Emmons.
Or sorry, Councillor, CEO Emmons. Oh, yes, sorry. Oh, please, welcome to the table. Welcome to the table. Sorry, I need another cup of coffee. Go ahead.
So Reeve Swanson's correct. Unfortunately, it has well exceeded any warranty period as far as any opportunity for any litigation. When these type of issues would surface, you've gone beyond that warranty period. I can't speak to the insurance. I'm not familiar with the exact clause, but I would definitely think that would have been looked at. I think it would be difficult just from my background. Like I said, I don't know the policy on this exact one, but typically if it's a design flaw, I'll call it that to be kind, that would be difficult to come back on an insurable case.
Deputy Reeve, subsequent?
Yes,
Yep.
please. I asked the question simply because it's my understanding that the one debenture we have on the books is actually for this building. So we're not even done paying for a building, and now we're putting capital reserves in almost the same amount as what is left on the debenture for our portion of the debenture for a building we're not even done paying for. That is crazy to me, sorry.
Well, I understand your frustration. Sitting where I'm sitting on that board,
Even more so.
yes, absolutely. But understanding that this lodge is for all residents an opportunity for all the residents of Clearwater County to use. So it is, we're doing our best for this, and unfortunately, like CEO Emmons has said, sometimes there's no repercussions for some bad actors in this, or some fox and hen house issues, I'll refer to Councillor Cermak about. So again, I will just say, sitting on this board, I hope this is the one and only time that we see this kind of an increase, but the same token, we need this building for our residents as well. So. All right, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
We as a board, our first and utmost is the safety of the people that reside there. And that is never been ever put into jeopardy. Not ever. Anything that we see, and we tour the building once a year, also the internals of it, anything that we see, we get it corrected immediately, within 30 days. So we do have some reserves, and that's what it's for. And we will not ever put any of our residents in danger whatsoever.
Thank you for that. All right. Councillor Northcott?
Well, I was just sitting here listening to the conversation back and forth, and something has come, just a thought crossed my mind, but this sounds like has a bigger picture of just poor planning, and it resulted in with a low quality result. It seems like everything in society today has a lot of administrative roles and plans. There's a significant amount of money spent on planning, administrative roles, and over and over and over, versus the actual construction work that really takes place, the boots on the ground, the competency of the workers. But I'd just be curious to see the actual overall costs for the plans, all the meetings that took place, really all the all the people that maybe didn't pound a nail in the roof or lay a piece of cement down. Those costs in the two, the administrative planning costs versus the actual construction.
As something like that, I would imagine it would be in the archives somewhere, so, and that would be, I don't know, 12 years ago, 13 years ago, something like that, but anyways, but the issue at hand is where we're sitting, so I'll let you continue, Mr. Han, with the rest of your presentation.
Thank you, and maybe just want to clarify, so even though the Seniors Foundation tax requisition is on the tax notices that go out through Clearwater County, it is not Clearwater County that's requisitioning those dollars. The Seniors Foundation has the ability through the MGA to requisition our residents through our tax notices. So that is the requisition that they send to us. There's no, it's not like Clearwater County is doing an analysis of what they're doing. It's the two board members that sit on that board that keep apprised of how that organization is running. And again, that increase is, $854,000 of anticipated loss in operations in 2024 that are being covered by a requisition, and 371 for capital projects in the future. So even though we talk about the building requiring repair, it's the operational costs that they're anticipating being short, even though they're full in 2024 of 854,000. And that's Clearwater, again, that's Clearwater County's ratepayers portion, not Clearwater County's portion. It's the ratepayers in Clearwater County. The designated industrial property assessment tax requisition, again, this is an agreement through the provincial assessor's office and the designated industrial property ratepayers that agreed that the cost of assessing those properties would be taxed directly onto those ratepayers through a tax requisition that ends up being forwarded to the province to ensure that the assessment process was the same across the province and not different based on which county or municipality those assessment bases were located in. So in 2024, the Clearwater County's assessment base for the designated industrial property is responsible for $453,000 worth of those costs to the provincial assessor, and the rate is set through ministerial order through municipal affairs at 0.0765 per thousand of designated industrial property. So administration has separated out growth from inflation increases to assist council in gaining an understanding of where the additional assessment base is coming from. The change in assessment base is contributing an additional almost $6 million in tax revenue over the 2023 budget, which does not include the 1% tax rate increase that is included in this draft. The additional base is also split into two different categories, inflation and growth. Inflation is when no additional assets are added onto the assessment base, but the assets that were already included in the base increase in value. For example, market value of a residential property increases over the last year. This is contributing an additional revenue of just under $900,000, or an inflation growth of 1.8%. Growth is when additional assets are added onto the assessment base and were not being taxed previously. For example, someone builds a garage and it gets added to the value of the property. This is contributing additional revenue of approximately $1.7 million, most of which is industrial revenue, not residential garages. It's the additional non-residential projects that are happening within Clearwater County. Of $1.5 million and $200,000 is the other that aren't non-residential. So we'll see a growth there of about 3.2%. The additional revenue generated by the 1% rate increase is $563,813. Council had budgeted an increase of tax revenue of 2%, which is equal to $1,075,000. However, with the above changes to the assessment base and a 1% tax rate increase, there would need to be a budget adjustment increase to both tax revenue and contingency of $2,081,644. This bylaw again has a penalty date noted in April of the year following the levy. This is to encourage payment of unpaid taxes before the first penalty date in September. The expected mail date for this year's tax and assessment notice will be May 17th. The mail date isn't as critical to know ahead of time now due to the assessment notices being mailed out separately. And the reason we needed to know that date specifically previously was due to the assessment appeal date. Also, at the November 14th, 2023 council meeting, there was discussion about entertaining the implementation of an aggregate levy. Attached, you'll find the original agenda item and the drafted bylaw. Administration's recommendation is that there are other ways to generate additional tax revenue that are less onerous on staffing resources. Also, the aggregate vendors will be passing the levy on to customers and will affect residential, farming, and industrial ratepayers through increased aggregate pricing. Again, maybe just a brief.
Before you.
Yep.
I've got some blinky lights.
Yep, sure.
Sorry. Okay. Guess Councillor Lougheed, and then I'll go Deputy Reid.
Thank you. I think Jenny was first, but
Okay.
I'll go first.
Sorry, I didn't know who the.
I never
Sorry, my head didn't have my.
turn down and jump in first. My question goes way back, and it's just so, hopefully I can get my facts straight to be able to tell this to the ratepayers. The number 4, the designated industrial property dip assessment tax requisition. Essentially, that's a tax that's taken to facilitate an assessment to see if the tax is fair. So essentially, it's a tax on a tax. Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. That's kind of what I wanted to understand.
Okay, Deputy Reid Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. And the DIP assessment tax requisition does not go on the residents, it goes on those assigned properties, correct?
Exactly.
Okay. I'm like, I hadn't seen it on mine, so I was like, maybe he missed me. Not that I would be pointing it out, but it only goes on those DIP, on those DIP assigned properties.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The DIP requisition is just to pay for the cost of doing the assessment work on those DIP properties. They're very complex properties, and the contractor that we had previously contracted with the AAG company, like they're now contracting directly with the government to do that work. So those larger county municipalities like ourselves, and I think there's about a dozen others that are being contracted out, and then the rest of the work is done by the provincial DIP assessment personnel.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. That paragraph, council had budgeted an increase of tax revenue. Could you elaborate on that? I can't I'm having trouble following that. What's the impact?
Sure. So at the time that budget is debated and deliberated, there's a certain amount of revenue that's required to pay for the services that council deems necessary for Clearwater County. And there are different ways to go collect that revenue, and one of them is through taxes, and the most significant is through taxes. And during deliberations, it was decided that tax revenue would increase by $1 million or just over to pay for the programs and services that Clearwater was going to provide its ratepayers in order to balance the revenues with the expenditures.
Okay, so what is the impact changes in the assessment base on that?
Well, that's a separate issue. So now that the assessment base is known, and even with a 0% tax rate increase, the revenue would be above what was budgeted.
Okay.
And again, it's, the additional revenue would go towards council's priorities, future priorities. There's, the community purse was short $120 million over 10 years, and this would go to contribute towards whatever priorities council set. And those would be decided through strategic planning.
Okay, so are you saying that this 2% revenue increase is offset by the assessment base, and so that we need only a 1% tax rate increase?
We would actually not require a rate increase. However, it's not due to growth or inflation that this additional revenue is being realized within Clearwater County. It's additional projects that are happening within the county. So even though our assessment base is increasing, so is the amount of infrastructure that non-residential ratepayers have within Clearwater County. So it's infrastructure that needs to be serviced the same way any other non-residential ratepayer needs services through Clearwater County.
Mr. Hagan, would you like to offer a few additional comments?
Yes, if I could, please, Reeve. It's essentially the difference in timing. So Ms. Serhan is absolutely correct that based on what council approved for a tax revenue budget, there wouldn't necessarily need to be a tax rate increase in order to meet current expenditures over 2024. However, we have built in a 1% suggested increase for discussion, which really helps council prepare for the future. There are other, aside from service delivery, there are projects that have been identified, not necessarily in the 2024 budget for construction, but years beyond. This would allow council to have that extra revenue to put into restricted surplus in order to fund those priority projects in the future. And if I may just touch on the designated industrial property or DIP requisition, just for further clarification, is not technically a tax on a tax. What it is really going back, as Mr. Caution was indicating, it was industry that lobbied the provincial government to centralize and make these assessments consistent. And the provincial government agreed to do that with the agreement of industry that industry would pay for that assessment process. So it's really the government turning around and saying, okay, industry, this is how much it cost. You'll pay it through the municipalities and back to us. So it is really a fee, for that service that's being paid rather than a tax on a tax. So this is something industry agreed to. That's why it only applies to industry.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I still think the DIP thing is weird. If they needed to come up with money to pay assessors to do it, they could have just increased the tax on that property and they would have the income in order to pay for the assessment. But that's a whole other, that is a different philosophical debate that is not for us because that's a provincial thing. I would like to dive deeper into the percent value. So, because I'm confused and maybe I'm just not awesome at math. But we had a presentation back in March on the assessment changes within the municipality. And if we're proposing a 1% budget or 1% tax increase, that then becomes 10% tax increase for residential because the assessment change across the residential was 9.06. If we want to average it all out across all of our different assessment classes, it's 5.65. So then we're actually looking at a 6%, 6.65% if we average across the entire municipality, but we only budgeted a 2%. So in my brain, we should actually be looking at lowering our mill rate in order to make up for the massive increase in assessment across our municipality.
The difference is the residential base versus the non-residential base. And the increase is due to extra projects and extra assessment that's being added to the non-residential assessment base. That's why the overall dollar amount of taxes that are being collected, depending on where council sets the rate at, is mainly going to the non-residential properties.
Okay, supplement?
Yes, please. But I'm still confused because Mr. Cochin did an amazing presentation in March, and like I said, just residential, it was 9.06%. Yes, 9.33 for commercial industrial, but residential also went like 9%.
Some of it is due to extra assets that are being built within Clearwater County, and some of it is due to just the market rate increasing within Clearwater County. But there is a difference. Like, there are residential properties that are added to the assessment base within Clearwater County. So the tax revenue will increase by that dollar amount in its entirety, not just 2%, which will increase the overall residential taxes that are collected within Clearwater County. It also puts an extra burden on services that need to be provided to those additional assets.
Okay.
Mr. Hagan, did you want to offer more comment, please?
Yes, please. With all due respect, Deputy Reeve, I would suggest that the percentages you quoted are somewhat blended, and that makes them inaccurate. For the reasons that Ms. Serhan identified, there are differences leading to the different percentages in different places. I would suggest that council consider and focus on the dollar values involved. It's less complicated that way than blending various percentages that are coming from different calculations. Looking at the total dollars, I think, gives you a better idea of exactly what the impact will be on certain properties, that sort of thing, as well as in aggregate in total for the county compared to the budgeted revenue as well. So we got to be very careful when we're using percentages because there's different factors built into each one.
Okay, follow-up?
These, like, I didn't make these percentages, like, these are not numbers that I have come up with. Like, these are numbers from a presentation that the assessment department gave council in March. Like, I didn't make them up. I'm looking at the presentation that was given. I don't know how else to understand it when I'm looking at what you guys presented to us.
Mr. Cochin, or Mr. Hagan?
I don't disagree that those percentages are accurate. It's the blending of the percentages together and combining them that leads to misleading results.
Okay.
So we can't just take a percentage increase here, a percentage increase there, mash them together, and that's the average increase. That doesn't necessarily work that way because the percentages are based on different bases of the calculations. So it's really apples and oranges that we're comparing when we try to average those things together. So you need to look at the specific percentage and what it's telling you. And as Ms. Serhan said, percentage increase overall in assessment is made up of both increase in value, assessed value of that property, but it's also made up of new properties that have been added on. So those new properties coming on aren't necessarily going to result in tax increase to the existing properties. That's where the apples and oranges come in. That's why I'm suggesting focus on the dollars overall, and it's really the inflationary part as well as a potential tax rate increase that are going to affect individual existing property owners, not necessarily new ones.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cochin?
I'll try and help out with the clarification in that we know that the assessment on all property types increased. Now, if we use the exact same tax rate from the prior year, that would result in an increase in taxes collected from the prior year. However, the tax rate is made up of the several components, which is the municipal rate, the senior requisition, the school tax requisition, and then at the end of the day, there's also an uncollectible that may go up or down based on the unpaid taxes from the prior year. So because the components of the overall tax rate change from year to year, it's hard to compare like assessment alone going up creating, and then at the end of the day, Ms. Herhan is wanting to collect the operating costs for Clearwater plus the future projects that she's mentioning. So there's a total amount of tax that needs to be collected. We have certain rates that are, the only rate that, council will be debating will be the municipal rate, because the province has already told us what we need for the dip requisition, the senior, and the school. So because of those changing tax rates within the overall rate, it's hard to just compare, like Mr. Hagan mentioned, it's apples and oranges, because we have various, like the non-residential rate is 2.5 times the residential rate. The bulk of our taxes at the end of the day are coming from the non-residential sector, through the dip, through the linear, and through all our properties. So to just focus on the assessment increase for the residential and think that that's going to be passed on directly with the same manner is not accurate, because of those change in the whole components of the overall tax rate. I don't know if I've helped you or confused you more.
Go ahead, Ms. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. No, I get that, but you were saying that if we stuck with the same mill rate we have now, because assessment has gone up across all classes, the tax that we would get back would increase.
Except that the other components of the tax rate, the school, senior, and uncollectible portions and dip portions have all changed.
Which are all completely separate. Those are requisitioned completely separately.
That's correct.
And I understand that. I'm talking about ours. Our mill rate still fluctuates with assessment, because it's based on the market value of each property. The assessment value for every property across all of the different things that we tax has gone up.
Yes.
So how would even keeping our mill rate the exact same and not equal out to an increase in taxes? And we're looking for a 2% on our budget.
Mr. Hagan?
You're absolutely correct. Overall, that is exactly what Ms. Serhan has described, is that, and technically we don't use mill rates, we use tax rates, for clarity.
Sorry.
But leaving the tax rate as they were for 2023, we would expect to collect more revenue than what council approved in the budget. So you're absolutely correct on that. So council could choose to leave tax rates where they are. What I was trying to identify earlier is that takes care of 2024, doesn't necessarily provide adequate funding for other priority, particularly projects or changes in future service levels that council has been discussing. So to assist council, we've built in a suggested 1% increase overall for discussion. Ultimately, it's council's purview to set the tax rates. And you're absolutely correct as well, Deputy Reeve, in terms of when we talk about tax rates, we're talking about the municipal taxes. The other requisitions are separate. They will end up in a total number that every ratepayer will need to pay, but they are separate and individual, and again, calculated differently than what is under the purview of the municipality itself, being the municipal taxes. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Councilor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm confused about juggling apples and oranges, but my understanding at this point is that council decided, looked at the budget and the priorities and established a number that we needed. And it seems that we are adding an additional burden on the ratepayers here beyond that.
Well, the burden happens when services and projects are added. It's not necessarily when the tax rate is decided. The tax rate is just going to fund the services and projects that are on the operational work plan and the capital projects that are on the 10-year work plan to support those services. So if the idea is to decrease the burden on the tax base, then what needs to happen is services needs to decrease. So when the budget was discussed in 2020, December of 2023, it was known that even though council was budgeting for an increase of tax revenue of $1 million, that was not going to be sufficient to fund their 10-year capital plan. So even though that was the number they chose, they knew that, the council knew that other things had to happen. So either an increase in tax revenue or a setting of priorities different than what was in the current budget would need to happen. And that is what the process that the Strategic Planning Committee is going through in 2024 to decide if increased tax revenue is the way to go, or funding these services through a different means, or decreasing the level of service that is provided to Clearwater County. And in this case, it isn't an extra burden on the already assessed tax base from 2023's tax rate, it's additional assessment. So it's one of the oil companies built a rather large project within Clearwater County. They fully intend and realize that they need to pay taxes on those assets to Clearwater County. It's not adding an additional burden. I just pulled up the 2023 tax rate bylaw and the assessment for residential. And we talk a lot about residential, but really the biggest amount, the largest ratepayer in Clearwater County is industrial assessment, but residential assessment is $1.9 billion in 2023, and it went up to, sorry.
You mean 2022, and it went up to
69,973 in 2024. The assessment base that the 2024 tax rate is being applied to. So the assessment base did increase. I do have it wrote down somewhere of how much of that assessment base of an increase is due to market versus growth, but the majority is due to growth, not inflation. And then again, the non-residential is the same idea. The assessment base has increased, but there's a breakdown of the difference between inflation. In most cases, there's deflation in non-residential. There's not inflation. They aren't assessed by market value. So they actually see a decrease in their assessed value year over year. So they pay less taxes to Clearwater County if the rate stays the same. However, if you build a project within Clearwater County, that's additional assessment that gets added to the assessment roll. So the assessment base has increased substantially within Clearwater County for the 2024 tax rate that's being allocated throughout those assessments. Now, again, the majority of it is due to growth. That's additional assessment that's being constructed within Clearwater County, not market value. There is a slight market value with increase within Clearwater County on some residential properties, but most of the additional assessment is due to increased assets, whether that's residential or non-residential. And also, there's farmland assessment within Clearwater County that usually decreases year over year because some of it gets assigned to whatever use it's being used as the assessor goes out and sees, is that actually farm land that's being used for farmland? And how does that assessment need to be calculated and the tax rate applied to that property? So farmland usually goes down. In this case, it has gone up slightly from the last year. So, and there's a very minimal tax rate that's applied to the farmland assessment within Clearwater County, historically because Clearwater County's council wanted to provide, a lower tax rate to its farming community because it feeds our community. So, and those are the historical reasons for that happening.
I understand that. Is the recommendation then that the council had identified a need for an additional million in 2024. Is the recommendation then to take an additional million for future projects?
It's more than 1 million. So let me get back to my agenda item. So the budget
And this money would go into reserves?
for this budget adjustment, it would be added to contingency, and then as the strategic planning committee met and decided on its priorities, it could be moved from contingency to transfers to restricted surplus. And then it's just that you have to have a balanced budget after every budget adjustment. So instead of having council debate which is their priorities at this meeting, we would just put it into contingency, and then as the strategic planning committee met and decided what the priorities were, those funds could be distributed to the priorities that council or the committee chooses.
Follow-up?
Okay. So we are taking an extra million from the taxpayers beyond what is required for 2024.
We're taking.
And putting it into reserves.
Correct. It's actually 2,081,644, and it would be additional revenue from the budget that was set in December of 2023. However, it's not on the same base that that was identified when we were deliberating budget, because we didn't know what the assessment base was yet. We assumed the same base. So the additional funds are being generated through growth in the non-residential industry in Clearwater County. It's not an additional burden to the taxpayers that were already here.
Okay. My question really down to then is, why are we taking this $2 million beyond our needs?
Beyond the current year's needs?
Yes.
Because council has priorities on their 10-year capital plan that are not funded.
Yes. Okay.
All right, so with that, I'm not sure if there's anything extra that you would like to relay to council, so we.
What council would
yes,
have to say about this whole thing.
You bet. So now it's the discussion for council. So it's been a staff recommendation that we grant first reading to the tax bylaw. I did want to, we did reference that this has been in growth. It has been referenced in growth. We did deliberate back in December that when we were deliberating, on the budget, that it would be in tax revenue increase of 2%. But we see that we've had the assessment has now come back and said that we have that growth in assessment, which is always great to see that we're not going backwards, we are growing. Also looking at, and I'm very cognizant of the one item in this particular item for Councillor Graham, so when we do talk about aggregate levy, she does want to recuse herself, so for that particular discussion. As it's laid out now, I can understand where our deliberations went. I understand that, we don't want to, this council's priorities for the 10-year capital plan are quite ambitious. So should we decide that we're going to relax on that, which includes everything from an ag field house to Nord Ag expansion to administration building to a lot of different things that are coming forth that this council has set in place or has earmarked. If those this will be, again, through some more strategic planning that's coming in June. We'll have an opportunity to talk again and again in September with everything that's coming forward. I guess I am fine with what we have discussed and what has been outlaid here to do I believe it says we can do a 1% versus a 2%, correct, Ms. Serhand, in this? Or is it, that's where I'm at. Is it 1 versus 2? 2 we did talk about and implement in the budget discussions, but I do see the 1% tax rate increase here.
Right, so the 2% is in general tax revenue. That's what was budgeted, because we didn't know how, like, if the assessment base stayed exactly the same as what it was, then you would have to increase the rate by 2%. However, there's depreciation that happens on non-residential that would have to increase the rate to get that 2% revenue. And then there's increased assets that decrease that rate. So the rate is variable, the tax rate is variable depending on the changes to your assessment base. So this is just a draft for discussion, not even, I wouldn't even strongly say that this is a staff recommendation, the 1%. This is just to get the first reading in front of council and see where they sit as far as we know what happens when 0% is tax rate is noted year over year. So even with a slight 1% tax rate increase, which equates to just over $563,000, the additional revenue of 1.5 million would be coming from the increased base.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
So in my mind, we're sitting, and again, this is for discussion and to put forth, I'll just reiterate the first reading. We can always discuss the rates here for first reading, and changes can be made at second and third reading. So that's is what I understand. So Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you very much, and I was going to put forward a motion for just that, granting first reading to the tax rate bylaw 1191-24.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Northcott.
All right. Something that stuck with me is at the very beginning of your presentation, there was the little circles.
Oh, yeah.
If we would be able to just go back to those, and in the middle, it said it did not exist.
Yeah, that's where it doesn't exist. Where stable services, low tax base,
Right.
Assessment base, and low tax rates meet. It doesn't. In order to have a low density or low population or low assessment base, your taxes have to be higher to sustain the service levels.
That's somebody's opinion, but I might have a different opinion. I don't know whose opinion that is, that little spot in the middle does not exist. I might have a different opinion. I just wanted to know whose opinion that was.
It was just a graphic that was found on some sort of communication, and the math says it does exist, though, because in order to get higher taxes, or to sustain your revenue base, you either have to have a higher tax rate or density and population. If there's only 2 people in the county to sustain all the services, their tax rate would have to be astronomical, is what it's saying.
Yeah, somebody's opinion. I just beg to differ with that. As what I'm gathering from this discussion is as population density increases, tax rates and the tax burden on residents increases. If you look back at Alberta, just a little bigger scale of things, Alberta in the mid-2000s had a lower density population but had a lot less debt at that time. Now, these years later, close to 5 million people, but the debt is quite high, right? And if you want a bigger scale, take it into comparison with even Canada as a whole. As population increases, debt increases morefold as population.
Might be the amount of services that are provided also.
So does the debt taxes required, so you're putting more burden on residents.
Yep.
Sort of a little circle that goes, you know, as you have population density, then you have capital investment required, which leads to operational costs to maintain service levels, which leads to increased operating and maintenance costs. And then the circle goes around again, so which leads to additional capital investments. And the circle goes round and round, and it gets bigger.
Yeah, it depends on the service level you want to provide those residents, repairs.
Right, and I was just wondering if there was any efficiencies, like I know, just one little example, there was an increase on the permits for specialized loads going through the municipality. There was an increase on the permits. I was just wondering what happened to that revenue. I think it was around 50-something odd $1,000, and it increased permits. I know you might not have that information available, but I was just wondering if there was maybe a list of efficiencies, or, because there was, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'll answer that for sure. We do have some efficiencies and increased revenue that is unexpected and some decreased expenses that weren't expected over the year, and you'll see that in the presentation for the financial statements. And those dollars go into restricted surplus to fund future projects.
Right, and I know the dust suppression policy had a significant change to it.
Which policy, sorry?
The dust suppression policy,
Yes?
that had a major reduction in service to the residents.
It was also reduced cost in the budget and reduced revenue, expected revenue for that service also. So that's compensated in the budget that department put forward for that service.
I'll just leave it at that. I think I got my point.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Councillor Lougheed, for the motion. I will not be supporting a 1% increase. Our assessment has more than made up the difference in growth and inflation. And I also know that the tax holiday comes off next year and we'll be providing this municipality with just under 883 million in increased assessment to the tune of just under 10 million in tax revenue, if I'm remembering the numbers that we were given in March correctly. And we are very blessed with that. And I truly believe that our municipality has the ability to give some reprieve to our residents. Seniors requisitions going up 33.4%. School tax requisition is going up 7.5%. Our assessment across all classes has gone up. I cannot in good conscience support a tax increase where it's not required. I would like to reevaluate priorities, because you're saying that we are short. But I truly think our assessment and the tax holiday coming off will help us realign those priorities where they're needed. I also know that we do budget for putting money into those reserves already, and that was included in the budget. So it's not like we are not putting anything into reserves if we don't do this. We are already budgeted for putting money into those reserves. We just may not be able to meet some of those priorities as quickly as we want, and council will need to evaluate that, but I truly think we can achieve this with a 0% tax increase. In fact, I would be fine if we actually did the math and looked at even lowering the mill rate, but I will not support a 1% today.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I like that little graphic you put up. It shows the issues that we in this room have to balance in keeping this municipality running and into the future. I will support this motion. I would prefer to see a 0% tax increase, because inflation has already provided an increase. So I would not support second reading without that change. That's my position.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you. Definitely my education continues. Lots of great discussion here. I am supportive of this. I know council spent considerable work, administration spent considerable work, not only looking at the budget for 2024 and incorporating a balanced budget with a 2% increase, but also looking to the future, those things that align with our strategic goals, with our vision, those key points. We know that it takes a little bit of saving to reach those goals without driving into wildly fluctuating tax rates. I know we have some ability to moderate tax effects from one year to the next, but we do look down the line and see projects that have been identified as important to our community, and we need to look to the future, maintain those services that people feel are important. So although I know if you can't see a clear picture of the road ahead, it's easier just to say no. And I don't want to do that. I want to look to the future and say yes to as many things as possible. So I know we have to put provisions in place in our budgeting to provide for that, provide for that future. That's why I will support the motion that I made, but recognizing I think there is a win here. That's we are going into this with a 1% or a 50% reduction in what we were proposing as an increase to balance the budget. I think that is good news that we can share with our community as well. And then also, yeah, I think having a plan that looks to the future is always beneficial. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I agree with Councillor Lougheed in what he's just presented, and having been on prior council where we did 4 zeros in a row did not help to benefit us, in my opinion. We could have been more proactive on that, but again, like anything, I understand that our citizenry are looking at this 1% on them, but at the end of the day, it could end up to be $5 on the whole year. It may not be the substantial amount, and as indicated, the bulk of these, bulk of our tax dollars do come from non-res. So I will be supporting the motion. Councillor Northcott.
I was just looking for a quick repeat on the motion that's on the table.
Okay. Motion is to, yeah, would you like,
that
yes,
council
please.
considers granting first reading, or that council does grant first reading to the tax rate bylaw 1191-24?
As presented.
I'll maybe just speak to a couple of issues that I just heard raised. So the 7% education increase is the 7% overall requisition. However, because our assessment base has increased, the percentage that's increasing due to the provincial school requisition is under 2. And even though there are restricted surplus transfers for things like the bridge rehab, the asphalt overlay, the fleet, landfill cell development, West Country roads, fire facilities, fire equipment, gravel road rehab, road construction, and IT capital, there are no restricted surplus transfers planned for Nordic development, broadband, solid waste facilities, or planning, future planning, or either of the Aggregate facilities or the administration and operations facilities. So just to be aware that there are annual transfers that the current tax revenue does support, which are those annualized projects that are funded year over year. However, these additional projects, there's no clear funding path forward for those projects.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion on the floor to grant first reading to the tax rate bylaw. Oh, go ahead.
Could just confirm one point. A number of those, whether it's a school tax, we just collect that on behalf and then pass that through. It's not us directly administering that. We have very little ability to adjust or redirect that other than our assessment in the base. And then as far as the assessment to the largest land use we have in the county, I would talk about agricultural land. We have no control in that assessment value. That still remains within a provincial jurisdiction for that? Okay.
assessment base is assessed using a formula through the province. The control that this council has is over the tax rate for that class.
And if I remember correctly, that is less than 1% of our total tax revenues, if, it's just a ballpark.
Yeah, less than 1%.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grant?
This is a tough discussion every year. I think we would all love to say 0, 0, 0, 0, but I mean, really, it's setting up future councils and future residents for failure to do that. Historically, councils have made these tough decisions and built the restrictive surpluses, which have set up our residents for the wonderful lives that they live. And I'm sure it wasn't easy back then either to say, you know, let's do a percentage increase, but it's what has built this community. It's how past councils have looked like the perspectives that past councils have had to create the best success for our county, and I think that it's been quite successful to do that. So to stray off of that path, I think, would be a detriment to the community as a whole. We dream on this council. I think we have many priorities, and when we have strategic planning sessions to kind of take some of those priorities down because of the lack of funds and resources, we seem to add more things to the list, and we seem to want to expedite things, and then there's the potential amalgamation looming, and I know people have things that they want to do in Caroline that will be very costly as well, and we need to set ourselves up as a community for that success in the future. I think it's great that we have the assessment increase, and thank you for the great questions that were asked, because it certainly straightened out some things in my brain, but I will be supporting this motion because I think that we need to be forward thinking. We need to do what's gonna set our community up best in the future. And I would also personally rather a 1% increase here and there than to be hit with a 7% increase. I think some communities are talking about pretty big increases from what I've heard. So we're pretty fortunate to be in the place that we are. And yes, it sucks to have to do an increase, but I think that for the future of our community and our residents, it is the best option. So I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to point out that inflation has already provided a 1.8% tax increase, and that growth has more than covered the remaining 0.2%. So residents are already facing a tax increase due to inflation, like an actual dollar increase, and that will more than meet the needs of council's 2024 budget. So I think taking more is not necessarily building our future.
All right, motion on the floor for first reading for the bylaw. No further comments, quiet red lights. I will call the question. All those in favor of first reading? Those opposed? Motion is carried. There was a part 2 to this particular thing, and looking at the time, and I know we have a delegation coming at 1, could we continue on with this particular and get this done? I think we can have a quick discussion if that's okay. Councillor Graham?
This is the aggregate levy?
Yes.
I would like to recuse myself because of being in the
Yes.
gravel business.
Very good. All right, so with that, I'll just turn it over quickly to Director Hagan, and I believe in this particular aggregate bylaw.
Okay, thank you, Reeve. Perhaps I'll start. I think the first order of business is for council to discuss lifting the discussion of the aggregate payment levy bylaw from the table, because it was previously tabled.
Should we
And
lift it?
then following that, I'll ask Ms. Serhan to speak to it and answer any questions.
Okay, so motion to lift this from the table. Okay, Councillor Lougheed makes the motion. All those in favor? That's carried. Now go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Yes, so it was noted in the November meeting that we would bring this back during the tax rate bylaw. I was hoping for a more generalized discussion about the $200 and some thousand that it's going to, or estimated revenue that this is going to generate for the county within the tax rate discussion itself. However, the things that we noted still are the same as they were in November, in that the aggregate industry will pass this on to farming, residential, and non-residential ratepayers, and in that provide extra administration burden to Clearwater County and also to the aggregate industry owners, and that less than 1/2% tax rate increase would do the same thing, and maybe even more fairly distribute that burden onto all of the ratepayers. And again, look forward to council's discussion.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I brought this forward back in the day when it first came forward. I'm pleased to see it on there again. I've reached out to many municipalities that have had success with an aggregate levy. Stettler, for example, uses their aggregate levy, Stettler County, sorry, uses their aggregate levy to do their dust control program. They have not found it administratively burdensome. Mountain View County also has found great success. And many other municipalities even use it to do their community programming, playgrounds, et cetera. Through the Municipal Planning Commission, one of the questions when it was at the Planning Commission's task to do aggregate extraction, it's now obviously direct control, so it's council's task. But one of the questions I always used to ask was, what benefit does this bring to the community? And more often than not, the company that's applying says aggregate levy, because they know that they need to be paying for the fact that they're in this community. Granted, do they pay taxes? Absolutely. I'm not saying that they don't. But this is another way to ensure that only the people utilizing this resource are paying for this service. Similar to any other user pay system. It is taking the burden off the people that are not using aggregate, that are not building, that are not needing the aggregate. It's taking the burden off of the people not using it and putting it onto the people use it, a user pay system. I am very pro this for numerous reasons, especially if we are to do it. I'd love to get into what we should actually be utilizing this levy for. And every other community I've talked to, unless their numbers are off, have not said that it costs more to administer than they actually are getting in benefit, unless their numbers are off when they're talking to me about it.
I agree that it's not the same amount that's collected, but it does put an additional burden because it's something else we have to track and process. I guess from an administration's perspective, I just disagree in that what happens is the aggregate industry passes that on to their customers, and then the county has no control over what sort of increase that would look like into the aggregate. So it gives the aggregate company an opportunity to raise their gravel prices and say that it's due to an aggregate levy that the county is initiating.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Ms. Serhan, I wonder if you could just clarify for my understanding. You spoke about the potential for the aggregate producers to be able to pass on a price increase to their customers. Is it accurate to assume that any county projects that might be purchasing aggregate from a private supplier would also be subject to that aggregate levy, which would thus increase cost to the county?
The reporting is voluntary and not policed by, that's a poor choice of words, but it's not, the municipality doesn't go in and ensure that the reporting is accurate, and it would be up to the aggregate provider to first know that that aggregate is going to a municipal project and exempt it, and then report it properly on the reporting to the county that this is an aggregate, and then price it correctly to the supplier, that this does not include the pricing for the aggregate levy. So there are ways that, you know, that are stated to ensure that that doesn't happen, but there's lots of variables that could change in regard to what the pricing actually is to the municipality in the end, because it could be the contractor that increased the price, just based on what he's pricing out his gravel for to other projects. So it's hard to track.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I have to agree with the Deputy Reeve that it's most fair that the end user pays rather than the public purse on this. And yes, we expect this levy would be passed on to the end users. The linear and equipment tax that we depend on to provide services in this county includes those taxes. So in the fuel that we buy, there is a portion of those taxes. So, you know, that's always passed on to the end user. I don't know, do we have 3 or 4 gravel pit operators in the county? So I struggle with the idea that it would be a burden. This is a voluntary reporting. So I would expect that the pit operators are going to add to the bottom of their invoice another line like similar to GST that says aggregate levy, and that will be an item in their record keeping that is easy to access a total, and semi-annually send their report along with a check. So I'm in support of this levy, initially at least, to see what the revenues actually turn out to be. And I look forward to discussion of how we might use them.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you. Again, my education continues. I think on the surface, I guess I'd have to understand what we're trying to accomplish with this. Is this an additional revenue source that we're going to allow an industry to self-regulate, self-report, pass that, whatever it is, $4 a load, say, for every load of gravel to Clearwater County? So we're going to use that to provide services. Is that what we're trying to do here, or are we trying to regulate the aggregate industry? Or my fear is that that industry collects that $4, forwards it to Clearwater County. But of course, there's some administration costs to them in their minds. So that $4 may become $8. The end user, that's going to be, the company is not going to absorb that just because we say that there's a levy on that. That gets passed on to the end consumer. The aggregate they're using is what builds our community, which provides and supports. And at the end, it comes back to the public purse, which is the ratepayer, the direct person directly there, or Clearwater County is subject to the same thing. Whether we're putting asphalt down on the road, that uses aggregate. If we're putting a re-graveling or whatever, if we're building a bridge and it uses concrete, again, we're paying extra and allowing private industry to regulate it and tack their administrative fees, whatever they might be, onto the end user. I'm not convinced that that's the best way to bring a small amount of revenue back into our public purse to help counteract the ill effects of aggregate up and down our roads. Sometimes I think it's more direct and more honest to just tax that industry directly by adding something to that assessment rate, but we had, or that tax rate, but we had that discussion before and we didn't want to go that way. Now we do want to go, and I'm kind of just trying to understand where we're going with what could be a complex and totally unregulated new tax.
Thank you for the comment. Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Reeve. Mr. Hagan, it's my understanding through my conversations with other municipalities and reading other municipalities' bylaws, that municipal and government projects are exempt from this levy. GIS has come so far that the actual reporting of this and confirmation of this would not be difficult. In fact, we do it with our own pits already. And this truly is ensuring that the industry that is utilizing that road network is paying to fix that road network through this aggregate levy, if that's what we choose to use it for, or that community, that industry is paying to build parks, or whatever we end up putting ours to. But I truly think it would go a long way to showing our residents that this industry is paying for the roads that they use to haul gravel by having a levy that then goes to fixing those roads. Why should all of the residents of Clearwater County, through a increased tax across all sections of our tax rate, pay for one industry's operations? Why should the public purse pay for that when that industry could?
Director Hagan?
I don't have an answer for that, Deputy Reeve, but I did want to agree with you in terms of the exemption for municipalities. That's absolutely right. My point being that if the aggregate supplier does not know that the gravel going out of a pit is meant for a municipal project, there's a potential that a contractor could be charged, passes on to the municipality, and we're into a circle again where our costs go up as a municipality, and it comes back to the tax base to offset that. So it could have a negative effect if it isn't tracked properly and there isn't enough communication around it. I'm just pointing out that there is a risk of some cost increase to the municipality.
Okay. Councillor Lloyd?
So what I heard was this levy would be used to repair the damage to our roads from industry hauling aggregate. So there is no component in this at all to yard mile this stuff, and that's what really causes the damage to our road. If they put that truckload of gravel in and haul it across the road and dump it, it has a very much different impact than if they put that on a truck and haul it all the way zigzagging through every road in the county. That has if that's the intent of repairing the damage or creating dust control or whatever it is, then there has to be, to me, if it's industry regulated, there has to be a yard mile component. And what I mean by that is there is something that this is a truckload and it's covered so many miles in the county, and you self-report what that is. That is challenging in itself because that allows or requires a whole lot more accounting. So it's not going to just be that $4 a load charge, it's going to be a $15 a load charge for all the accounting work that's on it. And there might be a tendency to adjust the numbers enough to be somewhat beneficial, that there's less monies owing so they can be more competitive in a bid. That's how industry works. They want to provide service and they want to do it at a competitive rate. There might be some challenge in a self-regulated industry to report that fairly. If the true meaning of this is to direct these monies to dust control or to direct these monies to some level of maintenance and repair of that infrastructure. I just don't necessarily know if that's the truest and most transparent way of asking all users of the road that we need to step up just a tiny bit and make an allowance that this is one industry, the aggregate industry is one industry road. There are other industries that use that same road too, so maybe the next step is to put a levy on moving equipment, or moving, well, if it's oil and gas stuff, or it's water trucks, or maybe we have to put a levy on moving grain and silage. I don't want to get into that business. I think if we know we need to have a little more money to maintain our roads and to provide a better dust control program, I would rather that be more forward and say that here's an assessment or a taxation level that helps balance that. So thanks for short indulgence.
Okay. So just before I go to you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, I'm just gonna ask that, being as how this was, your bylaw, if you wouldn't mind making the motion to this to help drive the discussion.
Wasn't the motion already made? The motion was lifted off the floor by.
Oh,
Councilor
motion,
Walker.
sorry,
Was
you're
to-
right,
to
sorry,
move it
yes,
off
the
if-
motion
if
was
you
lifted.
wanted, I think,
And it was a
something.
previous motion that was made and
Correct.
subsequently postponed, so that motion has already been made.
I think the motion was just to discuss at a further date. I don't think it was actually
I don't
moved.
think- was
The
there-
bylaw wasn't
was there a
actually
first
moved
reading
for
to
first
come
reading.
forward? I think we delayed.
Yes,
the fir-
it- yeah.
Did we
Well, we
not delay
delayed
it?
the
Did
first
delay-
reading. We didn't table
I think we
the first
delayed,
reading.
No.
I think we delayed
The discussion.
the discussion and.
Yes.
So I don't know if the next step is to propose a
So
first
that-
reading of a bylaw,
yes,
that
the
I
staff
think we're just kind of
recommendation
looking
is-
at a draft, are we not, or?
Yeah, it's a
Yes,
draft. It's the
It's a
first
draft there,
draft.
yes. So the motion is to grant first reading to the community aggregate bylaw,
Is that where we are?
so.
And maybe just one point is that residential taxes don't even, just over 5 million. In Parks and Recreation, Clearwater County spent $3.2 million in 2023. Agriculture Services was 2.7. Never mind any of the administrative or legislative costs associated with running the county as a whole. So, residential taxes are low as a total amount of dollars collected.
All right, looking at the blinky lights and everything else, and I'm thinking I'm going to actually, we've got a 1 PM delegation. So I'm going to ask that we table this discussion until after our delegation, and we'll come back to it. So if I could have a motion to postpone till after the delegation, that would be item, sorry, I'm looking at that, so it'd be item 6.2. We can bring it into, right after, sorry, just before 6.2, so after our delegation. So go ahead, Rhonda.
And just to note that 6.1A will need to come before the delegation.
Correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. So with that, motion to postpone. Call the question, all those in favor? And that's carried. We will have a 20-minute lunch break. See you at 1 o'clock. And welcome back. We just finished having a quick lunch. We're going on into our agenda to 6.1, corporate services. A, restricted service transfers for the 2023 financial statements. And I guess I'll turn that over to Mr. Han, please.
Good afternoon, council. Who have you seen more than me today? Well, besides planning. No. My kids say I do laugh at my own jokes. And it's annoying. Restricted and unrestricted surpluses are a variety of accounts that comprise the equity in Clearwater County minus the tangible capital assets, or the equity in those assets. Clearwater County has been fortunate over the past 10+ years to have been able to put some equity aside and identify it for various capital projects. The difference between unrestricted and restricted surplus is council's identification of use of those funds. Restricted means that council has identified a project or projects for these funds, and unrestricted means these funds have not been set aside for a specific use. The attached lists are transfers that were budgeted either at the time of the budget 2023 was approved, or in subsequent council meetings throughout 2023 where budget adjustments were approved. The identified amounts have been updated to actuals, but the only additional transfer is the one to the core infrastructure restricted surplus account. When going through the financial statements, council and administration, along with the audit team, will discuss how this surplus was generated. Typically, administration would ask that council decide today which priorities they would like the surplus funding assigned to. However, we believe it is better to have a robust discussion in the remainder of the strategic planning sessions, and then specific core infrastructure priorities can be identified through this process, and those funds can be subsequently transferred to the priorities that council identifies through those committee meetings.
All right. So with that, we can review any questions in regards to those transfers and noted amendments. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. What is the amount of the surplus?
Well, the surplus, we'll get into the differences in identifying what surpluses are what and what those amounts are. The transfer to the core infrastructure restricted surplus is $16,247,000. However, there was some transfers to that restricted surplus identified in the budget, and then there are obviously some projects moving forward into 2024, like the $1.2 million that was budgeted for the Rocky Gas Co-op project that the county was going to help fund, and the $1 million to the Rocky Waste Facility that didn't happen in 2024. So we will, like I said, identify what those specific transfers are when we get to the Strategic Planning Committee, and the priorities are being talked about at that time.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So the surplus from 2023, like from that budget year, along with the numbers that are already budgeted for, is 16 million?
No, that's just the balance that's left over from the projects that were specifically identified at budget time. So there are projects that were not specifically identified at budget time as going into restricted surplus, like the waste transfer and the lagoon project for the town, and the Rocky Gas Co-op one are just two of the ones that are at the top of my mind. But as we go through the financial statements, those will become more apparent, and a list will be provided at the strategic planning meeting when priorities are being set. This is just kind of a placeholder so that we don't have to spend a lot of time deciding what priorities council has when there's a bunch of information that is needed before priorities are set through the strategic planning committee.
Subsequent,
Did you wanna just add to, okay, go ahead.
sorry, and I absolutely understand we will dive deeper into this during strategic planning, but I think it's important for us to go through to fully understand where this sits so we know what we're setting for a tax rate. Because if we truly have $16 million in surplus, or 31 million, which is actually what's being transferred into restricted surpluses, then we should be looking at the tax rate differently than, and not waiting till strategic planning day to do it. We should be, like, which is why you bring it up at the same time, I think, like, because you know that they absolutely correlate.
No, that's not why. I wish they would be at different meetings, honestly, because it's too much administrative work to get ready for financial statements, restricted surplus transfers, and the tax rate bylaw, and have all the information that you guys need.
But they absolutely go together, like.
It's just when financial statements are due and the tax rate bylaw needs to be set so that we can send out tax notices, that just happens. It's not because that's the way we want it to happen.
Well, this is the first time I've seen it presented this way. This is our third time doing this.
Yep.
If my math is correct. And historically, you guys have given us a number of this was what the surplus was for the 2023 year.
Yes, and that comes in the financial statement item that's going to be right next.
Okay.
But these transfers have to be identified in the statements. So as a placeholder, we've just put some of the surplus, whether it was planned or not, into that core infrastructure restricted surplus, just to identify that it's not like surplus that we didn't, some of it might be some that we didn't know was going to happen, but most of it is because there's projects on the go in 2024 that this needs to fund, as well as, like I said, as we go through the financial statements, you'll see that there was investment incomes up, deployment was up, but then that's offset by a transfer to the training fire restricted surplus. Yeah, I will identify as we go through the financial statements which things are contributing to the surplus, and then again at the next strategic planning meeting we'll have a number as far as unexpected surplus versus expected surplus, and council will have the ability to transfer those funds then, or wait until the budget for 2025 happens in December. And again, it's not $16 million. I can guarantee that there's a lot of things that didn't happen in 2023 that we will identify through the financial statement review, and again, provide a list to council in strategic planning.
Okay, Mr. Hagan?
Thank you. Ms. Saran, you stole quite a few of the points I was about to make, so thanks. I can shorten up my comments. I did just want to state for the viewing public and for council's benefit that council has the ability to transfer to and from restricted surplus as they see fit, as council sees fit. So this isn't not a one and done, as Ms. Saran said. This is a placeholder now because we needed a number in there in order to be able to present the financial statements to you today and meet our May 1st deadline for approval for those. So the financial statements include these numbers in them. That's why we needed to discuss this first, give you that opportunity first. And then, as Ms. Saran says, there will be strategic planning sessions going forward to allow you to have a more in-depth conversation about priorities and where council feels these funds are best allocated. As Ms. Saran said, when we get to the financial statement discussion in the next agenda item, we will go into some more detailed information about the overall surplus number. It does not represent a windfall. We were budgeting for a surplus to allow transfers to restricted surplus, to plan for the future, and what this represents is just a difference in that number from what was expected, and Ms. Saran will go through that breakdown and some of the things that contributed to it. Some revenues were higher than expected, but as she said, some projects were delayed as well. So much of it is a timing difference between this year and next year or future years as well. So I just wanted to outline that.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. My thinking follows along comments made by the Deputy Reeve that, you know, we're talking about taking an extra $2 million in tax over what was planned for future projects, but the amount of surplus excluding the carryovers indicates that we are already, I guess, budgeting for surpluses, as we, for the years I've been on this council, have always had a surplus. So,
Yeah, part of those, but those surplus go to fund your asphalt overlay, your gravel road rehab, bridge reconstruction. Sorry, I had the list in front of me at one point. All those annualized capital projects that are in council's work plans for providing services for Clearwater County residents. The things that are not funded, again, are the Nordegg Development Plan, the broadband project, solid waste facilities, and the Aggregate facility and the administration and operation facilities. So even though, as we go through the financial statements, you will see that there were some savings and some increased revenue that wasn't expected, most of the surpluses identified were budgeted for those specific things, like the asphalt overlay and the gravel road rehab projects and the bridge reconstruction. You have to have a surplus in operations to fund your capital projects.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. Having some experience sitting in this chair, I hope the practice of you keep the budget very tight to what you believe is going to be there. But if there's anything that can be accommodated within that budget that leads to a surplus, it makes it a much easier process when we come to a point of time like this where we're concerned about meeting all the needs of our community and moving forward. And it's an easier decision having to assign a surplus to some additional upcoming projects than it is to cancel projects to meet a deficit. And I think our community looks at it the same way in their own budgets at home. And at the end of the day, it's nice to have a few dollars so you can, not worry about having to borrow to get a bag of groceries kind of thing. So if we can find that right balance, and my comment would be to continue with the process you do, leaving us with a small allocatable surplus in the future. I think that's prudent management of your resources, and I appreciate it from this chair anyway.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. You had mentioned a few projects that were not funded. So that, I just, maybe I'm not looking at this right then. Because we are funding the Ag Rec facility yearly, $500,000. We are funding an administrative facility, $2.5 million. Like, we are budgeting to fund those accounts, or am I not reading this accurate? Are we not budgeting to fund those accounts? Because you said they're not funded.
In 2023, there was funding allocated there due to the tax rate, or the tax revenue adjustment that was at the tax rate bylaw time due to the increased non-residential assessment. And at that time, council just picked some of the priorities that they wanted and budgeted for them in 2023. However, those weren't set up as annual transfers. Those were just one-time transfers for those specific projects. The only decisions that council made as far as annual contributions so far were those annual capital projects that happen year over year, the gravel road rehab, the asphalt overlay, the fleet, the fire fleet, the West Country roads, the ones that are identified in policy and are year over year expenditures of the IT capital. The other projects do not have an annualized transfer identified for them. in the past, council has identified, numbers to be transferred there, but the surpluses wasn't enough to cover all of them. So then there has to be, that's why the strategic planning, committee agendas have been focused on priority setting for council so that, it can be the decision as to which priorities are going to be moved forward and how are those priorities going to be funded, because the surpluses that are being generated year over year are not enough to complete the 10-year capital plan.
Okay, I'm still confused because I myself made the motion for it to be a yearly contribution for the Aggregate facility for 500,000. I myself made that motion.
Yes, except that there's no money to transfer into that annually, so.
But we budget for it, because it's an annual transfer, just like the 800,000 annual transfer for fire buildings, except like we budget for those annual transfers when we know they're an annual transfer.
We budgeted for them in 2023, but they are not in the budget for 2024 or going forward. The only restricted surplus transfers that are in the budget for 2024 are those annual projects that happen year over year.
Okay.
Councillor Ratcliffe,
Do we need a motion?
we need a motion.
I would make a motion then that council approves the updated restricted surplus transfers as placeholders as presented.
Okay. So the motion on the floor is the council approves the updated restricted, the updated restricted surplus transfers. Sorry, pending? You had the word.
As placeholders?
As placeholders,
presented.
okay, so, as placeholders, and approves any, yeah, okay, so, as update. I think Tracy Lynn has got that written down like pronto. Any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So operationally, what does that mean? This motion is giving authority for what?
To change the budget to the actuals for the transfers that happened, that were in budget for 2023, and put any additional surpluses into the core infrastructure fund to be reallocated at a later date.
Okay. So then the surplus for 2023 is the 16 million.
No, because there was budgeted transfers to go into there also. So this is the accumulation of the transfers that were budgeted plus the additional. Plus then there was some, like I said, some projects that need to move forward in 2024 that administration didn't have time to like pull them all apart and get them a list for you so that we could put them into the work in progress restricted surplus. If there's no restricted surplus account identified for those projects, that's where it typically goes. In this case, instead, because there was no way to accurately identify the number, exactly what should go into work in progress, we've identified that it is going to go to core infrastructure projects of some sort, and the list will be provided to council at the next strategic planning meeting.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. And again, you will see these numbers in the financial statements in the next item. Theoretically, we could have just jumped to that item, asked you to approve the financial statements with these, but we wanted to give you the opportunity as council to see this detail and be able to, in the next item, see how it fits into that bigger picture of the financial statements. So this is one component we pulled out, and we think it's more transparent for the viewing public as well to see and hear an approval of these transfers that are one component of the financial statements, and then hopefully hear approval of the financial statements in their entirety in the next item.
Thank you. Do you have anything further? No? Okay, so motion's on the floor. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ms. Haight.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Just to clarify, If the motion should be reading that council approves the updated restricted and unrestricted surplus transfers as placeholders?
That would be Councillor Ratcliffe. That was your,
I'll perhaps maybe have that question answered by either
Mr. Hagan or Mr. Hagan? Yep.
I think that's a fine amendment, because that's where the transfer comes from, is unrestricted surplus. So as you'll see when we go through the financial statements, particularly the statement of operations, the surplus figure flows into unrestricted surplus, and then what we're asking for here is approval for the amounts to be transferred to and from restricted surplus. So those two do interrelate, so it is appropriate to have that in there.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Haight, would you mind repeating the motion for us, please?
That council approves the updated restricted and unrestricted surplus transfers as placeholders.
Okay. Any further comment? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Now moving on to item 6.1B, we have a delegation that is presenting via electronic. And before we get everybody all into the agenda item, if we can maybe do some introductions, if that's okay. I'll just ask if Mr. Dirks can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. So we'll start with introductions, if that's okay, and I'll start with on my right.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon. I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good afternoon, Darrell Lougheed, Division 3.
Good afternoon, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, Councillor and Reeve.
Hello, good afternoon. Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good afternoon, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Welcome, Brian Sarmat, Councillor for Division 6.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dirks. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good afternoon, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Hello, Phil. Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Thank you so much. And if you'd like to introduce yourself, Mr. Dirks?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Phil Dirks. I'm a partner with Metrics Group. Can I share my screen?
Sorry?
I think I can.
Yes.
Did that work? All right. Well, am I talking too loud still?
You're fine.
Okay. I'm not usually a loud talker, but I was on a meeting the other day and I was trying to make sure they could hear me, and they told me to stop yelling. So let me know if I'm yelling. Anyways, good afternoon. Like I mentioned, my name is Phil Dirks, and I'm happy to say a few words from the perspective of the auditors. Just before I get going here, we'll just say that the audit went very well. And I'm sure you're going to hear when Rhonda goes through the financial statements that the county is still in a good financial position. So that's good news. And thanks to all the county staff for their help in getting us what we need to get the audit done. So I'm actually, I had a slide here about the auditor's report, but I'm just going to use the financial statements here and just say a few words about the auditor's report. So at the end of the day, this is what we're hired to do, is to provide an auditor's report on the financial statements, and in that report we provide an opinion. So that's probably the most important part of the report from your standpoint. And then down here in the bottom of that section, we're stating that the financial statements are in accordance with Canadian public sector accounting standards. So those are the standards that all the municipalities in Alberta and I think most of Canada are using now, hospitals, school boards, those types of entities. The report goes on for a couple pages, but I won't read the rest of it to you. I'm just going to let you know that this report, this format is kind comes straight from the auditing standards. It's not something that we make up. It's mandated by the generally accepted auditing standards. So those are the rules and standards that all auditors in Canada have to adhere to when we are conducting an audit. So the rest of the report goes on to talk about various things, but it's really, I guess I would summarize it as, a little more information about what the audit is and what the auditors do. We did provide you with an audit plan. I think it was back in January or March, maybe. That discussed, how we were going to approach the audit and some other items. So I won't go through all that again unless you would like to have me talk about some of that or have questions. But other key things here under auditors' responsibilities that are in the auditor's report. Our job is to provide reasonable assurance or obtain reasonable assurance that the financial statements are not materially misstated. So that's quite a mouthful. What does reasonable assurance mean? It would be high assurance, but it would never be a guarantee. People could lie to us or withhold information or those types of things. Some evidence that we look at is persuasive, not conclusive. So I'll talk about some of those things in a minute here. But overall, just keep that in mind. Our job is to provide an opinion on the financial statements, and that includes obtaining reasonable assurance whether the financial statements are free from material misstatement. So I'm just going to say a couple words here about a few things. I'm not going to steal Rhonda's thunder, but there was a couple of things here this year that a little bit different. You'll notice here, is that big enough, by the way?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll notice here at the top of the page in the Statement of Financial Position, it says restated. So we'll just maybe take a look here at what that was about. There were a couple of new accounting standards this year. So down here, and you probably heard, or you may have heard, you may not have, you might have, whoops, sorry, been talking about asset retirement obligations for quite a while now, so that got implemented this year. And why things are restated, because those are applied retroactively so that we have comparative figures and so on. The other thing that was implemented this year but didn't have an impact on the county's financial statements, or at least on the numbers, was financial instruments. So I won't really say much about that because there wasn't really an impact. But this asset retirement obligations, just going to show you a note here. So these new rules, this wraps it up right here basically. Asset retirement obligations are, legal obligations associated with the retirement of tangible capital assets. So what does that mean? Well, basically, you may buy a building, or in this case, you have a landfill. What else have we seen? We've seen lagoons, maybe some gravel pits, those types of things where you have a legal obligation to clean something up when the asset gets retired. So what does retirement mean? Well, I guess I would just use an example here. The best thing I can do is, in our office here, we bought a building that was built in 1970, roughly. Basically, before 1990, there's a risk that these buildings have asbestos in it. So while we're doing some renovations here, somebody poked a couple holes in some concrete cinder blocks, and no, you guys have to clean that up. You have to remediate it. So we're like, what do you mean? We can come in on a weekend and haul it to the dump. No, you can't do that. So there are requirements for how to, decommission and dismantle and remediate this kind of thing. So, after 3 weeks in hazmat suits and plastic, it was $150,000. So we just went through this with the school boards too. They have all these schools throughout the province that are built before 1990. So they're setting up these liabilities for potentially disturbing this asbestos. So it may not even be that you would tear down the whole school. Generally what happens is, we need more space, we knock a hole in a wall somewhere and we're going to add on, and then that's when they discover they have to, do some cleanup. So that's what this is about. So this note describes that, and then in the financial statements here, there's also a note that describes what the county's obligations are for these new liabilities. So buildings, down here in the bottom, the total liability was $9.7 million. The asbestos in the buildings was estimated at $215, and then you also have the landfill. So the landfill, you previously recognized the liability for that, and in 2022 it was about $7 million. So they changed the way that liability is now being accounted for. I know this is a little bit dry and I'm almost done, but it used to be that we would increase the liability as the landfill got filled up. So they put that aside now and said, no, you have a liability to clean that whole thing up, regardless of how full the landfill is, so record the whole amount. So basically that's about as good as I can put it into English. So that's why this number is now basically $2 million higher than it was before. So, if you're looking at that, wondering why we were restating last year, that's primarily the reason. There was also a few things with grants. We were restating some of those numbers anyways, so corrected a few little things there. But overall, that's kind of something that was new this year, so I thought I would just say something about that. But back to the main points I had. Again, I think if you've heard me talk before, many of these things are very similar. But again, what do we care about? What's the things that keep us up at night? There's a list here. So maybe just a little bit of discussion on some of that. So receivables, we want to make sure that when you say somebody owes you money, that either you got it or it's forthcoming, right? So that's what we're doing. We're looking at payments after the end of the year. Over the years, you've had a few, not just you, but not Clearwater County, but other counties as well, have had some problems with some oil companies. That seems to be getting better, but you do have an allowance for about $700,000, I believe, at the end of the year for various items that are slow. You're not giving up on them, but where there's not reasonable assurance as to their timely collection, allowance is prudent. So that's what that's about. Inventory, a couple kinds of inventory there that are important, the land and the gravel. Basically the issue with the land is, can you recover the costs that are in inventory, and are the costs that are going into inventory actually inventory costs? You've been having some pretty good sales out there in Nordig and so on. So that gives us some comfort that the amounts that are on the books are recoverable. Gravel, it's not like counting, going to a car lot and counting the cars. We rely on GPS. So, that definitely is, provides us with a good level of comfort, but still not perfect. So a little bit of subjectivity in there. Purchases and payables, cutoff is the main thing there. And, if I had to say, where do we find mistakes with most of our clients? If we find a mistake, it's a lot of times in here, somebody missed a bill. So, what we're doing is looking at bills after the end of the year that got paid, look at the invoice, what year does that belong in, make sure it's in the right year. I'm doing this from 40,000 feet, but that's kind of what we're doing in that area. And the other area where we have some, typically may have some issues is in deferred revenue and government transfers, which are really just grants. So, you may have got money for a certain project, or, might have assigned MSI for a certain project. We want to make sure that you're recognizing the amount of revenue that's equal to the costs. And sometimes these grants are, only covering 75% of eligible costs and those types of things. So that's what we're looking for, matching those up. I talked about these asset retirement obligations, and I'll be happy to try and talk about some more if you have questions, but that's really what that's about. I think, again, most of what we're seeing with our clients are landfills, building, asbestos problems, and probably the lagoons are the other thing. Capital assets, sometimes what we run into in that area is, somebody has a different idea of what an asset is than maybe what we think. It's not necessarily if you built a new building or bought a new piece of equipment, but, they're doing a big repair somewhere. Does that meet the definition of an asset and those types of things? So that's what we're on the lookout for there. And then the taxes is just a big number, so obviously concerned about that. So those aren't the only things that we look at, but those are definitely the things that are more of a concern to us. I guess I'll just say a few words about the audit findings report. I think you may have a full copy in your agenda, but I'll just kind of summarize some of the main points there. So we didn't find, and just by the way, the audit findings report is a requirement of the auditing standards, again, where we're required to report on significant findings from the audit. So we didn't find any significant control deficiencies. Other, unusual are policies, estimates, those types of things. Nothing unusual, really, pretty standard for a rural municipality in Alberta. Estimates, the people that make these rules, a lot of times they're thinking about public companies because there's the same set of auditing standards and so on. A lot of times these estimates can be biased by management to achieve, in case of public companies, share prices going up and down, those types of things. So there's nothing here that's really, controversial in any way. Like I said, the county did establish an allowance for doubtful accounts for about $750,000. Again, that doesn't mean you're not trying to collect those items. It's just prudent to have that set aside. Past retirement obligations were $9.8 million, so we've kind of beat that to death. Amortization of the capital assets. So, county buys a grader, writes it off over 20 years. That's an estimate of how long. That's just an example, but that's just an an estimate of how long that grader might last. And every year you're writing off some amortization. That's giving the financial statements an amount that's basically the cost of using those assets. Gravel inventory, again, estimate, like I said, with the GPS and so on, it's $5.6 million. So those are areas where estimates have been made in arriving at the financial statement numbers. Correct and uncorrect misstatements. So we did propose some adjustments during the audit, and after those were recorded and reviewed, there was no significant uncorrected misstatements. Now you may be wondering, why would there be uncorrected misstatements? You did an audit. A lot of times there will be, or there can be. It's not unusual to have uncorrected misstatements. If you look back at our audit plan, we talked about materiality. From our standpoint, if we find something that's, needs adjustment, or we feel needs adjustment, we would prefer that gets adjusted. And most of the time that's what happens, but some clients, they're just like, no, we're done, we're not changing that, or we disagree, those types of things. So there may be some uncorrected misstatements from time to time, but we would be bringing those forward so that you're aware of those. Just for an example, about 30 years ago when I was articling, one of the clients that our firm was auditing was Chemical Uranium Company, and so they would have misstatements that were in the millions of dollars that weren't big enough to get adjusted. So just keep that in mind when you're buying public companies' shares. Anyways, that's an aside, but other than that, no significant difficulties during the audit. So again, thank you to Rhonda and the rest of the staff there. From our standpoint, especially when things get later in the year here, we just really need people to respond quickly to questions and requests for information, and that was the case. So appreciate that. Definitely makes life better for everybody involved here. So other than that, we will issue a management letter with some things that we just would want to bring forward for management's consideration, but nothing that was serious in nature. So overall, like I said, the audit went well. The county's still in good financial position, which I think you're going to hear about here right away. But I would stop there and see if anybody has any questions.
Anyone have questions? Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious, like in you guys were here for a week or 2 weeks, however long. In your findings, because you are at a very high, airplane level of this stuff, have there been any extraordinary, unusual financial transactions that may have a future implication to the county, positive or negative?
Sorry, what was that word you used? Financial
Transactions that may impact the municipality, positive or negative?
We didn't find anything unusual, if that's what your question is.
Absolutely. And I have a follow-up if the Reeve.
Yep, go ahead.
Do we have the right controls in place already to prevent any issues from occurring? So it's very, very difficult, even through a high-level audit, to find any nefarious or fraud-like activity. So do we have the proper controls in place to prevent that? I'm sure we do, but it's always good to hear it from the auditor.
Yes, in our opinion, nothing came up that would lead us to believe otherwise. I guess backing up a bit there, where do we really rely on controls most would be in purchasing. So we want to make sure that these things are going through the proper channels and payroll, those types of things. Now that doesn't mean that something couldn't slip through the cracks. I mean, there's fraud in every organization probably, but, you know, if you have the checks and balances in place that are, you know, satisfactory from our position, so nothing came to the forefront during our work.
No, and I appreciate that, and the reason that I ask is because we obviously are in charge of setting policy and stuff like that, and the policies that would be in place that need to be followed to prevent that kind of thing. So I just wanted to make sure that we, as the municipality, had the right policies in place for that, so thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a good question.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you for your outline as well. It's very reassuring to know there are no significant anomalies here. Could you, though, define for my reassurance what you consider insignificant or significant? Where is the borderline on that? Because that can mean many things to many people, I believe, and it's just nice to be able to convey what that framework would be.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So let's start with materiality, and then I'll work backwards. So basically, pretty standard in the auditing world that you would look at the total revenues to start your quantitative calculation for materiality. There's qualitative factors involved as well, but if we're looking strictly at a number, you know, we tend to use 2 to 3% of revenue here, right? So in fact, in this file, we're using 2% of revenue. You know, we do some work for the Auditor General. They feel 5% is a reasonable number. For me, personally, that's a little bit high. But anyways, so, you know, you take 60 million times 2%, and you go, wow, Phil, that's a big number. It's $1.2 million. But we are not just looking at transactions that are $1.2 million. Something in the auditing standards that we need to reduce our audit risk down to an acceptable level. So we have to look at items that are much, much lower than $1.2 million. And then we're looking at performance materiality. So basically, we're going to chop that number off in 3/4 roughly. And then I can't give away all the secrets, but you know, we're going to cut that down and use 10% of that number to find various items that we might look at during the audit. And on top of that, the auditing standards also, as part of the fraud, you know, our fraud responsibilities, we're required to just look at things here and there that, you know, basically what the auditing standards say is incorporated element of unpredictability in our work. So, you know, sometimes my staff would be, what do you want me to look at that for? I'm like, I don't know, I just have a feeling, go look at that, you know, so, you know, that's kind of working backwards. Significant, you know, I would say it's significant, we're probably talking about the 10% of the 75%. So in this case, if we were using 1.2 million times 75% times 10, we're talking about around $100,000 would be what we would call significant. So it's substantially less than $1.2 million materiality. The upper level of that 1.2 million is, you know, if the client digs in their heels and says, no, we're going to record this in this manner, and we don't care what you think, and they don't want to argue about it, we'll just say, well, okay, is that below that number or above that number? Do we have other misstatements that we have to consider? Because basically during the audit, we accumulate all the misstatements that we think are out there and then look at them in total at the end of the day. So, you know, I mean, it doesn't happen very often with our clients, but from time to time, there's a mistake or somebody wants to do something different than what the accounting rules say. That's when we really have to make that decision. But anyway, that's probably a little more than you bargained for, but I hope that answered your question.
Thumbs up. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. My question isn't as high a level. I'm just trying to follow things through here. And so all government grants would show under revenue?
Yes, there's government grants here for operating, and Rhonda will talk about this in a minute, I think. And then there's also capital grants that are down below here. So those are government transfers for capital. So the total of those two were, you know, roughly $8 million.
Okay. Just trying to find the capital grants.
At the bottom of the statement of operations, so the second statement. And
Oh, okay.
near the bottom under other revenue.
Okay. No, I was just looking to see where the CTI grant that we got showed up.
Can you remind me what the CTI stands for?
Go ahead, Director Hagan.
Perhaps I can help a bit, Phil.
Okay.
CTI stood for Connect to Innovate. It was a federal government grant for broadband construction, and we applied that to phase 1 of the broadband initiative going from Rocky Mountain House out to Ferry Acres. And that would have been recognized, you're absolutely right, Councilor Ratcliffe, in that section there. It just depends on the year of recognition. So when we fully recognize that revenue coming in, and I honestly can't remember if that was 23 or 22, but it would have been reported in that area.
The revenue was actually recognized at the time of the work that was done, so that was in 2022. And the grant was not received in 2023, so it's still as a receivable in 2023 statements.
All right.
We do now.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Dirks? Seeing no red lights? Go ahead, Mr. Ham?
Nope, I'm
Nope,
good.
no more red lights?
Nope.
So there's no more red lights for you, Phil? Oh, sorry, one more.
I'm
Hang on.
sorry, I flipped the page and found my other question. Linked to Councillor Lougheed's question around materiality, who sets that number? Like, you're saying you're using 2.5% for the county, the Auditor General is 5%, and you're saying that that number is too high. Who sets that percentage? Like, can this council say that we want it to be 1% or whatever? Like, who is setting the materiality?
Yes, well, normally the firms are setting materiality. You know, I think in 30 years I've been doing this, I don't think they've changed much, but other than in recent history, like I said, some of the bigger firms, national firms, and like I said, the Auditor General have decided, we can set it higher. So, you know, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with that. I mean, but if you said, Phil, we want materiality to be $10. Well, we can come there and audit all year if you want. So, you know, that's really what that comes down to. So I would say, yes, the auditor sets it, and we did discuss that in the audit plan, and it would have mentioned in there that, you know, we'd look for council's feedback, so you can direct us. You know, for example, had a client once where they're like, you know, we want you to look at every, it was a school board, we want you to look at every trustee's expense reports for the entire year. Well, you know, we would not normally do that. We might look at a sample of a couple, but I always tell people, we'll shovel the sidewalks or do whatever you want, if you want to pay us for it. So I hope that answers your question. But generally speaking, there's a bit of an industry standard, so to speak, but there are some differences, and it comes down to the auditor's judgment, I guess, would be my final answer.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been learning a lot about materiality recently, and there's like 10 or 12 different formulas to use depending on what type of industry you're in. So
Yes.
I figured I would just ask the question. So I appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, and you know, like, just to finish up there, generally these you know, municipalities and those types of organizations, not for profit, it's revenue geared. If you're doing for-profit company, you're probably looking at net income because that means more to the users and so on. So there's a number of factors for sure.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your presentation. I see there's no more red lights, so I think we'll just turn the floor back over to Mr. Han.
Good afternoon. So I'll just have Tracy bring up the financial statements. Great, so again, at the beginning of the statements, there's the independent auditor's report that Phil spoke to, and then management's responsibility that's signed by Rick and Murray. And then we start into the consolidated statement of financial position. And this is a picture in time, and this time is December 31st, 2023. And this is all the transactions accumulated up until December 31st, 2023. So this doesn't include anything that's happened so far in 2024. And you can see we, in this statement, there's a 2022 column so that you can see how things have changed over the year. But again, that the balances that are indicated in the 2023 column are where these accounts were at December 31st. So you'll see that cash and cash equivalents are lower, and most of these rows on here, these items have a note attached. So if you want to know more about cash and cash equivalents, you would go to note 2, and those are attached at the back of the financial statements, and then the schedules, and then the notes, and they're itemized numerically. So cash and cash equivalents down from 2022. Accounts receivable up from 2023, and you'll note also that the deferred revenue is up from 2023, so there was a change in how the grants are being shown on this statement. So even if the grant is not received and there's no project identified for the grant, if the county is eligible for that grant, it is now being held in deferred revenue, and accounts receivable shows that we have not received it yet. So that's why those two numbers are increased over 2023. Land held for resale is up slightly in 2023, and that's just due to the transactions that happened over the Nord Egg lot sales, in that more lots were, the cost of the lots that were taken back were more than the lots that were sold. So it increased the value of the land held for resale in that item. And here you see investments have increased. So where you've seen the cash and cash equivalents decrease, you can see more funds were put into what would be longer term investments. So overall, the financial assets are down just over $1.5 million in 2023 from 2022. Liabilities, the accounts payable, and this is just a timing issue as far as when do you get the invoice for the work or services or the product that you have expensed during the year. In 2022, we had more outstanding payables than we did at the end of 23. So that would also indicate that you used more cash in that year because you paid down the amount of invoices that you had. Deferred revenue again is up, like I said, due to those grants being recognized in deferred revenue, even though there may not be a project that's started for them. Long-term debt is down. That's another year off of the Westview Lodge debenture, and I believe that one is being one more year of full payments, and then subsequently in 2025, there's the payments are biannual, so they're June and December, so there will be a final payment in June of 2025. And the auditor, Phil, talked about the asset retirement obligations and how those changed. So the liabilities are up, mostly due to that deferred revenue being up. And the reason it's a liability is because if for some reason we don't fulfill the criteria that's associated with that deferred revenue, we would have to pay that back. But then again, you would see the accounts receivable decrease in that same amount. So as we net those, you'll see that if the county was liquidating everything in 2022, they would have had $98 million of cash, and at the end of 2023, there's $92 million. You can see that the non-financial assets have increased substantially over 2022, that the value of the assets in service is over just over $12 million increase, and that's a net amount, so that's after amortization. So that means the assets increased by $12 million more than what we used. And inventories for consumption decreased a little. This number fluctuates year over year just based on when we order certain things for inventory. Grater blades, for example, or sand has an impact on that. But mostly it's due to gravel. So how much have we crushed versus how much have we used? And then prepaid expenses up slightly over 2023, and most of that is to do with insurance. So we get billed in November, and it's for the following year. So you can see your accumulated surplus increased by just under $6 million year over year. Most of that, equity and tangible capital assets. Any questions about those numbers? Questions? Good to go. Okay, the next statement is the consolidated statement of operations and accumulated surplus. So this is all of the transactions that happened within the year, and then those transactions get summarized in the previous statement that we just talked about. So I just want to talk a little bit about the three columns here. So 2023 budget, that's the budget that was approved in 2022 December. So the budget adjustments didn't hit this statement for 2023. So that's why you'll see a significant actual tax revenue over the budget, because there wasn't a budget adjustment done at the time of the tax rate bylaw for that $4 million. Okay, I'm just gonna find my notes here, sorry. So as we move through the rest of the revenue, the user fees and sale of goods up in 2023 over budget. There's two main things that are affecting that, and one is the lot sales at Nordegg. There was actually no lot sale revenue budgeted in 2023, and there was some sales. And the other one is the deployment of fire services. So we don't budget to have our firefighters deploy to other municipalities or to the province to fight fire, but because of the WUI team being here, we do see, we have seen that for the last 3 years come into our actuals, although it does fluctuate a lot. In 2023, there was quite a bit of deployment, and so you'll see that, notice that in those transfers to restricted surplus, we take the net amount, so that's the total revenue minus what it costs to have those firefighters deployed. And then so the surplus from that service goes into that restricted surplus account for future training for the fire department. Government transfers for operating, similar to last year, as well as the other revenue. One of the things that I really wanted to point out was the penalties on taxes. So the past few years have been, I mean, we hit a high point there about 3 or 4 years ago where the penalties on taxes were significant. And you can see in 2023 that the collection of the taxes was quite good, and the penalties that were on the taxes outstanding were quite below what was budgeted for in 2023. Any questions on the revenue?
Okay. Oh, sorry, Councillor Northcott.
It's all right. Penalties on taxes, I was just curious, like there, I know that there's linear taxes and there was some, anyways, but for residential taxes, is there a trend on, like for residential taxes for penalties? Are there any penalties? Like was any residents delinquent on their taxes, or is there an increasing trend or a decreasing trend?
Yeah, I think they're pretty steady. I'd have to go back and have another look. But overall, all of the taxes have seen significant significantly lower outstanding at the end of the year. So more people are paying their taxes, both residential and non-residential.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the expenses. Administration, you'll see that they are below budget, and one of the items there is, again, writing off the bad debt expense or booking an allowance for receivables that we don't believe are likely to be collected in a timely fashion. And we didn't see as large of an amount being booked there. I think we budgeted like between 500,000 and 700,000, and I think it was 120,000, so it's quite a bit lower than what was in budget. And IT and broadband both seen significantly lower expenses than what was budgeted in 2023. Fire, ambulance, and protective services, again, they're above due to that deployment amount. Deployment expenses aren't budgeted either, so you'll see an increase in revenue, but you also see an increase in expenses. But those increased expenses do come off that revenue before it's transferred into that training restricted surplus. So those revenues do go to offset the costs of sending those officers out for deployment. Also, response is up in fire, I don't know, every year, up, up, up. That being said, fire is under budget overall for 2023 if deployment is taken out of the equation. Public Works General, very similar. Roads, streets, walks, and lighting, this is the one that has the transfer to the town for the lagoon project that didn't happen in 2024, so there's under budget by $1 million there. And then most of the rest is just savings due to staff vacancies or efficiencies that were found, or in some cases, work plans that just didn't get completed, and you know, it's just a normal activities that happen in public works. And because there's so many activities, there's always a bit of an economies of scale that happen there for public works to be under budget.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. A few different times you were talking about like deployments, et cetera, and how we don't budget for that. Well, don't we kind of have to budget somewhat for that, because we have a deployment team within Clearwater County and we have a grant associated with them. So it's not solely of our guys may or may not leave. We have several full-time members that are designed to do just that. So then we get deployment revenue for a team that's already being paid for by the provincial government on top, like we get both? Okay.
So WUI's,
oh, I'm just trying to understand how it works.
WUI's program is that they, you know, when the province puts that team here, they provide a grant for their operational expenses, and those are normal expenses that are accounted for in that fire, ambulance, and protective services in their own piece of it. That being said, when they are deployed, they're working like extremely long hours and days, and so the cost of them that is above what we would normally pay them is the cost that is billed to the province or another municipality for those deployments, and the revenues, and also there's revenues for some of the equipment that they take with them that's being used by those deployed officers, because it's not just WUI teams that's being deployed.
Right, so this is the over and above the team that's already allocated to
Or it could be the team, but they're overtime and.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Yeah. The next one that you see a significant difference between budget and actual is land use planning, zoning and development. And that is the gas co-op grant that the project is delayed of $1.2 million. And then within the total expenditures of 2023, there was $1.5 million of identified projects that were identified during budget that they were certain were not going to be completed. Some of them in community and some of them in facilities. So those transfers are reflected in the transfers that were approved in the previous item for transfers to restricted surplus for the work in progress reserve. So, and the amortization is up more than budget. And again, this is like a year and a half behind when you actually budget for it. So it's been hard to catch up to budget the right amount for what's actually being amortized. So we're going to try and do a better job of that. But non-cash items, so it does not affect the amount of cash being going out of the municipality. So you can see that the expenses compared to budget to actual is about $6 million, of which two of it is, or just over two, is two large projects that are being transferred to other organizations. And then our revenues are up over budget, over the original budget by 8 million, but just 4 over the adjusted budget.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. And maybe this is more of a question for offline. I'd really love to understand amortization more because it's very confusing. Because there's some organizations that use their annual amortization to balance capital spending. But that doesn't appear to be what we do. So I'm confused about amortization in general. Should that be something that you just explain to me offline, or can you sum it up here?
Sure, I'll do a quick summary and then we can spend some time on it together if you like. So amortization is just the cost that you've already spent on the asset you're using, expensed over the life of the asset. So to use that number to project capital spending is, it's not really relevant in that it could be 20 years before you replace that asset, and that the cost of that asset is going to increase substantially by the time the 20 years goes by until you have to buy a new one. So, I mean, you should be at least spending that amount in a year to cover, because that's the amount of asset you're using. But really, if you include the rising costs of these assets to purchase or construct, it should be much more than that in a year to keep up with replacing those assets at the rate that we've identified that we're using them at.
So you should theoretically be saving that amount every, like whatever the amortization amount is, you should be putting that away.
Well, or spending on, or spending it, like on capital projects. So in I just don't have that number in front of me.
We can do that.
The amount, yeah. So
we can do the
in
spending part.
2023, maybe 36 million was spent on capital projects.
Okay.
And then again, everything's so complex. There's not an easy answer. But of that 36 million, maybe 30 of it was replacing assets and 6 million was new assets that you were purchasing. So 30 million of it is what you've replaced assets that you've already used. So, and amortization was 23. So that could be an indicator that you're keeping up. But
because then theoretically, if you've replaced a bunch of assets, your amortization number should go down.
no, if you're replacing your assets, your amortization is going to go up because you're using the higher cost of that asset. So if you have a tractor that you've used for 20 years and it's $20,000, $1,000 a year is what you're using of that tractor. But in the 20th year, you buy a new one and it's $100,000. Now your amortization over 20 years is $5,000 a year. So your amortization's increasing the more you spend on your assets.
Okay. Fine.
Do you want to talk about it
Yeah,
another
we'll talk
time?
about this offline.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, with amortization included in the numbers, there was a budgeted deficit of $13 million, and there was actually a surplus of $402,000. So there's a difference there of about $13 million, of which there was a budget adjustment of $4 million, so that brings it down to $9 million. And yeah, some of that, again, is for projects that weren't completed, like the lagoon and the Rocky Gas Co-op. So that's kind of the surplus number that we're going to be talking about during strategic planning, and diving in a little deeper as to what specifically those surpluses are identified for. Again, the government transfers for capital. Usually what happens is that the project isn't complete if you're under budget, so you can only put on your, or book your revenue for the amount that you've spent or used. So I'm not exactly sure which projects these were, but the total projects were $11.7 million and 6.4 of them were completed. And again, at the bottom is the accumulated surplus. So the budgeted for the accumulated surplus to be 482, and the actual was 490, which will match your accumulated surplus on your first statement. Any questions?
See no red lights. All right.
The more you learn, the more you know you don't know.
Yeah, yeah.
So with that, with these statements that you've just presented, Ms. Saran, that's all we need to go through today, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
that is.
perfect. So there is a staff recommendation that the council approves the Clearwater 2023 audited financial statements as presented. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. I will be happy to make that motion here just in a second. I have a question regarding note 11, the accumulated surplus note. There's a really, really big change. So like if you do the variance percentages, there's a, $11 million variance. It's a big variance.
Sorry, I already closed that, which was silly.
It all balances relatively in the bottom, but during the unrestricted surplus, to go from 11,600,000 to 100,000.
Oh,
that's
yes.
a big difference.
Yes, so some of the restricted surpluses that we didn't get a chance to allocate at the end of last year's financial statements. So when the statements were approved, there was $5 million in unrestricted that we subsequently, or council subsequently, moved into other restricted surpluses. So to prevent that number from being what I would say is not as transparent, because really those dollars are restricted for a project. We maybe don't know specifically which one council is going to prioritize, but there are projects on the go. That's why that transfer to the core infrastructure, so that money was not sitting in unrestricted surplus this year. It got moved to a restricted surplus account. So even though the specific project isn't identified, we do know that money is stipulated for one of council's priorities, and council will decide that during their strategic planning sessions over the year.
Okay, sounds good. So we'll go over that on another day. It just, we've been trained to look for variances.
Absolutely, that's a great question.
And that's a really, really big change.
Great question.
Thanks.
So you make the motion?
Oh, yeah, I can make that motion, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Director Hagan, sorry, first.
I certainly could have waited. Deputy Melhoff, excellent question, and for everybody's benefit, Schedule 1 of the financial statements outlines all of those changes to the accumulated surplus, and it also breaks it down between the components of accumulated surplus being the unrestricted, the restricted, and the equity and tangible capital assets. So it's kind of a one-stop shopping for everything that went on within those changes.
All right.
And yes, Reeve, I will make that motion as per staff recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions in regards to the staff recommendation, which is to approve the 2023 financial statements and auditor's report? See no lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. I'm going to call a quick 10-minute break, and when we come back, we'll have, we'll go into closed session for our, sorry, go ahead, Tracy Lynn.
Thank you. Reeve, we do have Director Haggart waiting in the wings.
Yes.
It should be a fairly straightforward agenda item,
Okay,
possibly
first.
just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll have a quick 10-minute break. Welcome back from our break. We just concluded item 6.1B. Now moving on to 6.2A, which is Planning and Emergency Services, and that is the FRIAA Community Fire Guard Program application. I'll turn it over to Ms. Hager. Joining us. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good afternoon, members of council. This is a follow-up to a question we had at the last meeting when we were meeting with the Rocky Mountain Forest Area wildfire folks. And the background on the application for the forest, sorry, I should look at the acronym for FRIA, the Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta, so FRIA, grant application. And then they, this year, initiated a Community Fire Guard Program grant program. I know there was about $5 million available in this first round. The first round of the grant essentially was for making a plan. So not to do the actual fire guard vegetation management. It's more of a plan for what that guard would look like and where in a community, perhaps with options and community consultation components before it would go to the next phase of grant applications, which would be vegetation management, and then the third round would be the kind of the maintenance and grazing type component. So it's expected that there'll be 3 rounds. For this first round of grant applications, our fire services staff and myself worked with the wildfire management branch out of Rocky Mountain House to complete an application. It's not a huge dollar amount, it's $30,000. That is because primarily wildfire management branch staff will do the bulk of the planning. The dollars included in that grant would be for things like if they needed to ground truth or do some aerial flyover to check on the area. And then as well, we threw in some dollars for if we wanted to do some advertising, public education, community consultation that isn't stakeholder specific. So essentially, we drafted that grant and submitted it on behalf of the municipality for the phase 1. Again, just the planning component. We're not saying that the guard will be built or not. We're going to see what the plan looks like, and then council will make a determination on if we apply for the next round of the grants. So this is an agenda item just to get council's endorsement of the grant application itself, which is a requirement to be successful. And then we should know by towards the end of May if we are in receipt of the grant. I did hear from the province last week that it was well oversubscribed, so there is a possibility that we won't be successful in achieving the grant dollars. I don't think that will, in the long run, impact the fact that we're doing the plan or not. I think we'll still continue on with the province in doing a Fire Smart plan for Nordegg, and maybe the guard components wouldn't be a primary focus for that planning document, but either way, we're going to continue to march forward with a plan of some sort, but this one would certainly help augment the cost of doing some additional ground truthing work and consultation and advertising for public education as well. So looking for council to endorse a $30,000 grant application for FRIA. And again, that's for the planning component, not vegetation management.
Thank you for that. I think, is this something that we always apply for, or is this just a one-time grant that they brought forward in?
Yeah, and I think this grant has been available in the past. It is new this year, though. This is the one that Minister announced in, I believe, late January, and we were kind of waiting, anticipating it to come out. We thought summer, fall, and then so phase 1 kind of caught us a little bit off guard in terms of the fact that it was released and ready to go. So we whipped up an application with the province. We met the deadline, of course, but I'm coming for an endorsement after the fact. So if council did not endorse the application, then we certainly would just let the FRIA program know, and we would withdraw our application. But we did meet the deadline to submit.
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. This is obviously an amazing initiative. I hope that we obviously are successful because it's very much needed. Is there anything that we are going to do this year, because this is planning, etc.? Fire season started a month ago. Or is there anything we're doing this year to ensure our most vulnerable communities are already somewhat protected? Obviously not the amount of a fire guard, but we want to make sure they're protected already and not wait for a grant.
Yeah, and sorry, I'll go back to the Reeves' initial question. FRIA grants in general we apply for year to year. So from working with fire services and the WUI team, I know that Nordegg in particular applied for the community. It's like the champion grant. They do a barbecue, they get $500. That's more of a community education piece, get people together, have a meal, and provide them some fire smarting information. So I understand that barbecue may have happened this past weekend. And then, so that's using up those small amount grant dollars for that public education. There hasn't really been any veg management grant dollars available through FRIA for a period of time, but we do apply as those grants come up. But the bulk of the vegetation management related to Fire Smart does come from public lands, and it's on public lands, and it's kind of in the authority having jurisdiction of the province. And so there's a lot of that work happening in the background, and their first step is to do the plan. So there's been many Fire Smart treatments in and around Nordegg over the years, and I apologize, I don't have a map, but I know the province has a map that goes back to the year of which they're done and their maintenance programs for those ones on public lands. So I know Wade Coldwell as well as Jared Optendries from our WUI program went out the end of January and met with Nordegg and kind of showed them that map and said, here's what we've done for the community. So that was kind of first step into this realm too, because that guard may be part of the plan. And again, it's an option. It's not a guaranteed that that's what we're doing, or that the subject matter experts are gonna recommend as the, silver bullet that will solve the problem. So there was some community consultation before we even applied for this as part of that planning process, and this is just another piece of that plan. From a county perspective, I'll just speak to as well, that we've been working with that community group in Nordegg. They're going to be doing a community brush cleanup day. We thought we had a date in April, but they changed it, I think, to the summer because more people will be around. So we'll try and make that work with our staffing to have roll-up bins and things available for people to put brush in a certain location, then it can be hauled to the winter debris burn pile area. So that's in the works without a grant, I guess, if that makes sense. It wasn't part of the FRIA grant program. And then Clearwater County's staff, it's kind of a multi-department before the plan to try and do something for this year. We're starting, actually it's tomorrow, so there should be some public communication that's gone out this week. We did a drone flyover, just the area closest to the Lynx Lookout, which is the manufactured home subdivisions that are there, last week. So we put some public notification out that we'd be doing that to prep for just a mini Fire Smart project. And then we have our staff tomorrow from the WUI team, as well as Public Works Operations, Ag Services, and Solid Waste are kind of all working together. As the summer seasonal staff are coming on, we have some extra hands as well. And we're gonna do a county-owned land cleanup just adjacent to that multi-let subdivision as a first step project, and get some data from that in terms of time and how much effort we could, how far we'll get with that bit of fire smarting adjacent to that higher risk area, because there's a lot of values at risk right adjacent to those trees. And then from there, we can put into budget for 2025 or future projects as time permits staff to do this year, or budget for maybe contracted services or other staffing time for next year. So, but yes, unfortunately, we are kind of waiting for the overarching provincial plan to be able to do anything with future FRIA grant dollars coming forward. But that being said, if you took a look at the map of the applications, there's quite a bit of fire smarting in and around Nordegg at different phases of maintenance as well. Like some of it's relatively new, some of it's happened with real fire, some of it's been replanting of different species, and some of it's been mulching and things like that. So again, I am no subject matter expert when it comes to Fire Smart itself, but certainly there has been lots of work the last decades that the province has undertaken, and in partnership with Clearwater County for the public communication side of it. And like I said, we can start taking a look at county-owned lands, and that's in our plan to do, but we're kind of waiting for that overall plan that's going to take in the public lands component, the municipal component, and then FRIA grant itself doesn't, we can apply for that for municipal lands only, not for public lands, and not for private lands. So any of kind of the MR and or something that's still deeded to Clearwater County can be, we can utilize those FRIA grant dollars when those veg management ones do pop up. But again, they're not open for that at the moment.
Thank you.
Supplementary, please. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do we have a plan for other areas in the county? Like you mentioned, a lot of great things happening in Nordegg. Obviously, Ferrier, for example, is a huge fire concern area and many areas within Division 1 as well.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have an overarching, like, Clearwater County plan as a whole, or can we be advocating for some of these communities? Because a lot of it does fall within provincial realm, because you're saying we have to own the land. A lot of this falls within the province's purview, and a lot of those areas are very much at risk of fire.
Yeah, and I agree. And again, those public lands would be at the discretion of the province to kind of triage in terms of which areas, which communities are getting those smart treatments. It's a tongue twister. And when their dollars are available to do so. So Farrier, I believe, and I can't remember what year it was done, but it was within the last, I want to say 5 years, but my memory tends to blend years together. There was some treatments adjacent to that multi-lot subdivision, so the province would be essentially the authority having jurisdiction to maintain those fire smart treatments. Other than that, in 2021-ish, again, I don't want to guarantee the year, but I believe it was 2021. Based on my recollection, the Wildland Urban Interface team also went in and offered up fire smart assessments for folks that registered and wanted them to come and take a peek at their properties. And then they did a demonstration plot right kind of on that corner section leading into the multi-lot subdivision, so that they could see it's not like clear cutting the trees, that there's a way to do fire smart without taking down every tree. You kind of take the dead standing, the dead end down, limb up to a certain height, and they did a couple acre patch to show the community how to do it. And then anything on private land is really at the discretion of the landowner. It's their responsibility to take that on. So Farrier has been done in recent memory. Other areas that the province is looking at last year and the year previous, they focused on some of the First Nations within Clearwater County's boundaries. So they did quite a bit of guarding and fire smarting around those communities. And Nordegis certainly has been on the radar for the last 2 years. Last year kind of got away on everyone in terms of how busy they were. We were planning on having the plan done last year, and it didn't work out that way, unfortunately. So we're hoping that we'll have it done before summer of 2024, so that we can get some work done maybe into the winter of 2025. And that would, if there's a budget implication, that will come back to council if there's a county component to it. And Horberg is another area that has, I know is on the list next at the provincial level as well. Again, some public lands in and around. But no, we don't have an overall fire smart plan for Clearwater County. That would be quite comprehensive. You can imagine we're taking a bit of time to get just the area around Nordegg done. It would take significant dollars and a lot of time to put those plans together. That being said, the province does have wildfire mitigation plans for all of the areas within the forest protection area. So they do have plans, but they're not necessarily like vegetation management plans. It's kind of like risk assessment plans. So they have larger scale plans for sure for the forest protection area, and then we have our emergency management plan for the balance. But yeah, there's nothing that covers fire smart for the whole community. That would be fantastic though. Yeah. But my plug for private land has to be at the person's property level. They have to go on and clean up their own, and we're trying to assist from a municipal perspective by offering that transport from the road. We'll put some roll-up bins and have staff with equipment to assist moving those roll-up bins to the brush pile area if people don't have pickup trucks or what have you. For Nordegg, there's a decent area where public works operations will burn in the winter, of course, not this time of year. And that amenity being that close by to drop off is pretty significant for that community as well. So I think that's also a bonus, that they have an opportunity to dispose of their materials close by without having to travel too far.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Northcott, then we'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Alrighty, talking about plans, often, anyways. It sounds like there's already quite a bit of a plan in place with the provincial government, and even just, the fire smart treatments that could be utilized as part of the plan, community brush cleanup days. The $5 million, is that across the province?
Yes.
So if you take 344 municipalities in Alberta, that only equates to about $14,000 per municipality, but we're gonna spend $30,000 to create a plan.
Yeah.
So what I've seen with so many plans, there's so many variables, and it creates more really unnecessary, it continues to fund unnecessary roles at the end of the day that are funded through tax dollars and don't provide a valuable good or service to society. So think there was lots of mentions of plans with fire smart treatments, community brush cleanups. You know, rainfall, snowfall could have created quite a variance on the whole municipality. So I would be more in favor of, you know, submitting a simple plan and applying. I don't think it needs to be $30,000, but a simple plan could be submitted to apply for this grant funding, but I'd like to see a large portion of that $30,000 available to residents, maybe in the form of, I think there's a lot of residents that have contacted administration, possibly maybe, or counselors that have had fire smart ideas or brush cleanup or deadfall that they would like, or they've identified in the community that could be a hazard and would like to be addressed. So that funding could actually go towards boots on the ground rather than more plans. Just my thoughts.
Okay, go ahead.
If I may
Yes,
respond,
go-
thank
yes,
you,
you
and
bet,
that's a
please.
great point, Councillor Northcott as well. Unfortunately, we're, as a municipality, bound by the rules of the grant authority. So if we were to apply for this FRIA $30,000 grant, so it's a grant coming essentially from the province through the third-party forest resource group through FRIA, and then it would come to the municipality. It's for municipal purposes. We can't do it on private lands. That being said, the plan may not cost $30,000. We'll only use what is required for it. And in fact, you know, the number might be larger than we need. And at that point, those grant dollars would be turned back. The intent of the application would be to start that first phase saying we intend to do this program. Again, a large part of that planning will be done with provincial resources through their provincial staff. We don't know what it's going to cost to do the ground truthing for the plans. That's why the dollar amount is what it is, and that could be aerial operations and a helicopter driving around for a couple days and mapping, as well as some of that book in a hall, doing advertisements in the paper, doing public consultation. So that's part of the planning. But I mean, in the case that you're describing, we wouldn't be able to do a project like you described through FRIA, through this grant program, but that would be up to council's discretion for future budget years if they wish to some sort of grant program for private property. That isn't something that we can get grant dollars for at this time. Council could certainly lobby the government to maybe open up the coffers for those types of projects. Again, they've been limited to that $500 community champion grant that we assist in facilitating communities to get. That doesn't cover, you know, one property cleanup for one day. That's just to buy some burgers and hand out some pamphlets and have our staff there for assessments, which they just were in Nordegg last weekend, and to register for assessments, not to do the assessments. And but yeah, that's a future council consideration, I think, for that suggestion, if it's amenable to the group.
Follow up? Okay, Councillor Northcott?
$30,000, is that the application?
It's the application to FRIA, that we're applying to FRIA for $30,000 to offset the cost of developing the plan.
So it's not.
We don't have that cost in budget.
It's not a $30,000 cost to Clearwater County to develop a plan.
Nope. We have no budget for that plan creation.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. My original question was if you were consulting with the community association, because certainly fire is a big concern there, and I believe they've gotten some fire smart grants, but you already indicated that there's a fair amount of consultation and cooperation going on.
Yeah.
So,
and not even at my level.
See.
Yeah, it would be more at the Wildland Urban Interface team and the fire services. They have been working with Kevin O'Brien and that group of folks. So they're subcommittee of the Nordegg Community Association to try and provide information, sign up days for assessments, so we can go take a look at private property. We can't do the work, but we can look it over with our staff and say, hey, this is what you could do to clean that parcel up. So, and again, like I said, I believe they're out there just on the 20th. They had an event in Nordegg this past weekend, and we plan to have some staff out there tomorrow if weather and emergency services world permits. But yeah, other than that, we do our best. We could certainly continue that process. But yeah, thank you for that.
Great. I think it's a great initiative. I would make a motion then that council endorses Clearwater County's 2024 Forest Reserve Forest Resource Improvement Association of Alberta grant funding application for $30,000 for Phase 1 planning for a community fire guard.
Thank you for the motion. Any discussion on that motion? I see no more red lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. I'm looking forward to some positive answers at the end of May. All right. So wanting to know from council if we keep on going. I know we do have another item with Ms. Serhan to finish up on her agenda item that we postponed. If that would be the case, she's not here yet. So anyways, we'll just maybe carry on in the agenda if that's okay. Or does this council want to go into closed session at this point in time? I'm looking for the, pardon me? Well,
So
maybe we'll just go and continue on to 6.3 and then just, in regards to Office of the CAO. And so we'll go from there. Go ahead, Ms. Haight.
Thank you, Reeves Swanton. I'm just wondering if Mr. Gross had another commitment?
Yeah.
I seem to recall that he did have to be
Okay.
back into Red Deer by a certain time.
Okay. So maybe that's what we'll do. Our closed session delegation, Mr. Ed Gross, is here. So maybe we'll take a motion to go into closed session. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed says to go into closed session. Motion to close session. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you. We are now out of our closed session. We are going to take a quick 3-minute break. Welcome back from our quick break. There was a motion coming out of closed session, and I will let Deputy Reeve Melhoff make the motion, please.
Thank you, Reeve. And I would move that council receives the CAO draft performance report for information.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Before we carry on, there'll be a motion to carry on past 4:30. Motion, Councillor Lougheed. All right. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
What's the repercussions
Those,
for saying no?
those opposed, 6-1. That motion is carried.
Reluctantly.
Yeah, reluctantly. There you go. So we are going past 4:30. Yeah, exactly. I hear you.
Brian voted twice.
Brian voted twice. Yes, exactly. All right. We have a postponed item that we're going to lift from the table. So I'm looking to motion to lift the community aggregate payment levy bylaw from the table. Councillor Lougheed, all those in favor? And that's carried. Yes, Councillor Graham.
I was just gonna recuse myself.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so carrying on with that particular bylaw, let's do a 30-second refresher and carry on with the discussion. I'll go to you, Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, so in front of you is the bylaw that was presented at the November meeting that was tabled for more council discussion regarding the benefits and, I guess, pros and cons of having aggregate levy versus just adding additional levy to the tax rate.
Thank you. So further discussion on this bylaw. We did express different viewpoints this morning, as in what the purpose would be. I know Deputy Melhoff has mentioned that it was in regards to added services that could possibly be used with the revenues. Looking for discussion or a motion. Go ahead, Councillor
What
Lloyd.
my question would be, I'm somewhat challenged in that, is there already a motion before us for first reading, or is there not?
No.
I just
No,
wanna make
there's
sure.
no motion for first reading.
Well, why don't I make a motion for first reading, just so we can get that and then
Okay.
have a direct
So
discussion?
discussion on the motion for first reading for the aggregate bylaw levy. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Councillor Lougheed. I was able to talk at length about this morning prior to it being postponed, so I will try not to belabor it. This does give us an opportunity to go out to the public and actually determine what the community has to say about a bylaw such as this. I have been able to, like I said, reach out to other municipalities and discuss the benefits that they have seen within their communities from such a levy. And the Sand and Gravel Association, the very group that these aggregate operators work within, is a huge proponent of this very type of thing. It's very much a user-based system rather than having the entire public purse have to be adjusted, or the tax levy across the whole be adjusted for the use of aggregate. It's very much those that are using it pay, and obviously government organizations like ours and the province and the federal government are exempt from this. So core infrastructure being built by government is not being levied this. Like I said, I spoke at length about it this morning, so I will try not to belabor it, but I will be supporting going to first reading and hearing what the public has to say.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I will be supporting first reading on this. We used to have the federal gas tax that was to pay for road upgrades or road upkeep, if I understand it, which is now being renamed and reduced to something else. So I see this a way of getting some of that back. if there should be a mistake made where the county ended up being billed for that levy, then we simply get our money back by collecting the levy. So I don't see that as being a big issue. If there was a way to reduce the process in collecting this, I think that would be good. But as I said, I will be supporting first reading.
Just for clarity on the county being reimbursed for something that they pay mistakenly, it would only happen if we knew that that happened. And there's several points during the process where the county would never know that they've paid that.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and as I said earlier, my education continues, and I've been a keen observer of council's decisions over the last bit, and because of that, my tendency is to say no when I don't know all the information that's available on this. But in this case, I think it's important that the public has a bit of opportunity to feedback on this, and so I would be supporting this motion for that reason.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I think that I would support the first reading on this. I hate to see private industry have to become a tax collector again. They've already a tax collector on the goods and service tax that we have. And they're self-governing. If they had a bad year, they can say, well, I didn't sell any gravel. And we're not gonna know the difference unless we're gonna have somebody out there patrolling this and watching, which gets very expensive. They found that in the oil patch, it's self-governed. Good companies pay their bills, bad companies don't. And you're never gonna find out until years later, like we have now, and now we have orphan wells. And a big expense. But I would like it to go to first reading, that the public can have some input into it. And if we don't get any, I probably wouldn't be in favor of second reading.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Northcott?
I know Mr. Cermak said the word orphan wells, it's sparked some interest. I could talk about that for a long time. Yeah, it's a flawed system, but if there's ever enough interest, I would, that's a whole nother topic for discussion, and it's not about this gravel levy, but I won't support this gravel levy. I've said it before when it was brought to council. It's moving towards an additional tax, whether residents are taxed on their property taxes or they receive additional taxes on their invoice for a load of gravel. It's moving towards another tax and additional administrative roles, both for the municipality and for contractors. So, absolutely, yeah, I won't support this. It's just moving towards another tax.
Okay. Will support it going to first reading. I'm kind of on the same lines as Councillor Cermak as far as, yes, if there's no public or no feedback from the public on this, it's probably, in my opinion, not worth chasing after. Although I understand that the Sand and Gravel Operators Association of Alberta are heavy lobbyers anyways to the government, and there has been some effort on their part to impart this or to apply this. I think it was more to their benefit, and there's no policing in this, there's no enforcement in this, and so for myself, it's we'll hear what the public has to say, so I'll support the first reading. All right, any further comment, question? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just looking for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote. All right, so as per no more discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that is carried. All right, so if I could get someone to, I guess we're finished with that particular item, correct, Mr. Hunt? Very good. Okay, so moving on, we have Office of the CO. Could I ask that Councillor Graham be called back to the office, or called back to the table? Yeah, she comes. She's coming. So we'll be moving on to 6.3A, Wild Rose School Board Division Trustee Advocacy Support, access to health services, accessibility to health services. So I'll move that on to CO Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson and Council. So the staff recommendation on this agenda, the council supports meeting with the Parliamentary Secretary for Rural Health to support Wild Rose School Division Board of Trustees advocacy efforts for increased community health services, resources for students, and that council authorizes a certain number to attend the meeting. So the background on this one, during the January 9th, 2024 regular council meeting, council approved endorsement of a joint letter for Wild Rose School Division Board of Trustees requesting to meet with the Minister of Health to discuss concerns with the lack of community health services, resources for students. Unfortunately, the minister is unable to attend, and it was suggested to have the board meet with the Parliamentary Secretary for Rural Health, the MLA Martin Long, instead. The board is asking if there is interest in having one representative from each of their advocacy partners attend a meeting with MLA Long to discuss the concerns listed.
Thank you. This is now for comment. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
No, I was just, wanted to voice my, that I would like to show interest in attending that meeting. That's all.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
This was an issue that came up at the FCSS meeting only yesterday as well. So I think this is something that we need to endorse. I think the Deputy Reeve has been our go-to person on health issues. It might be most appropriate to go, but I don't know how that can work.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Obviously, I would be expressing my wishes to be present on that meeting should the date work with my schedule. I don't see any reason why other councillors can't also be in attendance. I don't see why it has to be just me unless they are saying that we can only send one person. But I would definitely put my hat in the ring to be at that meeting with my background in healthcare and on many of these advocacy fronts. I think that it would be worthwhile with me being present, and I've established relationships with these ministries already on advocacy, so perhaps it would be valuable to have me attend if there is room for me to do so.
Councillor Lahi.
Also stress that although it is in a large group of health-related things, this is dealing with occupational therapy, speech, those kinds of issues, not solely medical-related issues too. So I just don't want to think that anybody on council would be limited for participation as well, even though I think you would be a very good choice.
And also being, I'll just say, Councillor Lougheed and I have been on the FCSS board in the past, and understanding that this issue does really come through that board a lot, or annually, I'll just say for a lot of years, and has been in the past. So I understand the importance of this. I'm in reading the request from Wild Rose School Division, I don't think they want 7 of us there. So I think they are looking for representatives, one representative from each, I'll just say from each municipality, that there's 5 listed there. 5 plus their board plus that kind of thing. The room can get quite full quite fast. And as Councillor Cermak and Councillor Graham have been in, or wasn't it a webinar in regard to lobbying efforts that the fewer people in the room, the better? So, pardon me? There you go, and that was at Cape, that's correct. So with that, as much as I'd like to offer everybody the opportunity, I think we need to send one person as requested, maybe have a backup with that. So go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I think I'd just make the comment that I think there is a certain level of respect for what they're asking by sending the chief elected official. I think that does have some element of importance to the cause as well. We have selected Reeve to represent us and be the voice there too, so I don't know, when we choose who goes, I think that might be an important consideration as well if we want to emphasize how Clearwater County feels about being supportive on what the ask is here. So, not that we wouldn't be represented well by anybody,
agree.
but I just want to say that anyway.
So CEO Emmons, just a quick question in this regard. Other than this email transfer back and forth with the Wildrose School Division, there's been no other conversation since in regards to their request, other than in writing through an email, as far as when they have a timeline, when this would happen, et cetera?
I've provided everything I've had so far.
Okay.
I'm assuming there would be follow-up pending the response out of this meeting.
Okay. So the last conversation I see here is April 10th. So okay, sounds good. All right. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve. I was going to express very similar to Councillor Lougheed, that perhaps if they are only wanting one attendance, our spokesperson probably makes the most sense, and that would be then the Reeve. That would make sense.
Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I agree with that, but I think that the more important thing is not who he's in. It's that if anybody looks in the statistics on youth, 27% of our youth are in this category. That is a huge number across Alberta. This is not something to be taken lightly. It's a huge issue, and it needs to be addressed at our level. And this is really serious business that we're talking here that can affect thousands of lives in Clearwater County.
Mm-hmm.
So I would certainly support sending the Reeve.
All right, what is, there's an option here that as a request, I'll just look at the staff recommendation, is that we authorize someone to go to attend the meeting, and we don't know that date at this point in time. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I was gonna make a motion if that's okay.
Go ahead.
That council supports meeting with Parliamentary Secretary for Rural Health to support Wildrose School Division, Board of Trustees, advocacy efforts for increased community health services, resources for students, and that council authorizes Reeve Swanson to attend the meeting.
Discussion on the motion. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Just that, should we put Reeve Swanson or designate? Just, there is no date, so we actually don't know if
I agree.
Your schedule will allow for that, and I think we still need to send a designate to the meeting. I find it interesting that the Minister of Health says she's not available, and there's actually no date actually proposed. I really think that's awesome. So perhaps she should consider that when she's saying she's not available when there's no actual date. Martin Long is also fabulous, but I just thought that was interesting. But would that be considered a friendly amendment, or do I need to make a motion to amend to add or designate?
Friendly, except for friendly?
Okay,
Very
thank
friendly.
you.
Okay. I agree. There's no date attached to this, and who knows where our schedules are going to be at a certain point in time at this point. It might take us another 6 months to get this meeting going up front. I would qualify to this as well, is that understanding that you two gentlemen have been part of FCSS, and like you have just mentioned, you've had a lot maybe more different information that has come across your desks, as this is a direct ask through FCSS. I would imagine that the school board would be bringing forth the same information at that point in time, but yeah, I understand the urgency in this, as Councillor Cermak has expressed to. It is quite alarming for this, so, but anyway. Any further comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And I will do my best to confer with the rest of council when I know a date, and maybe we can possibly have our own discussions before that meeting takes place, if that works. All right, moving on to 6.3B, and that is the Mountain View Mountain View County request for advocacy support for local and regional municipal airport development support and funding. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson and Council. So the staff recommendation on this agenda item, the council supports Mountain View County's working group advocacy with the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors for increased economic development opportunities and funding under the Community Airport Program, and endorses the Reeve signature on the working group's April 18th, 2024 letter to the ministry. That council appoints a designate to the Mountain View County Working Group. So the background on this agenda, Mountain View County recently formed a municipal working group to collaborate with the provincial government on strategies for increasing economic development opportunities for local and regional municipal airports. The group is also advocating for increased funding under the province's Community Airport Program to support airport maintenance and expansion. The attached letter from Mountain View County to the Ministry of Transportation and Economic Corridor further explains the working group's advocacy letter, which is attached to this agenda.
Thank you for that. I do want to share with the rest of council that this letter was also shared with the Mayors and Reeves meeting at the RMA conference and was endorsed there at the Mayors and Reeves meeting at RMA conference as well. So it is not a closed group. We're an open and functioning group that is being led by Mountain View County. And since this letter's come out, there's been some announcements of some 10 regional airports that got some support funding. So this is actually going above and beyond what was already been out. I can honestly say I've been a part of a whole 2 meetings in this particular for this particular item, so I don't know if going forward if the advocacy is going to continue or not. I know at the EDA conference last week or a couple weeks ago that there was a regional airport breakout session that was discussed, and so there was quite a few people there that were also part of this group that were taking part in that discussion too, which was all reiterated again in what the letter that's being presented, so as far as the discussion. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
You've already been working with this group. I would see no reason not to have you appointed officially to the Mountain View County Working Group. I would just make the motion as per staff recommendation for the first motion and then a subsequent one, or can I make them both at the same time?
For the re-signature?
Yeah.
Please.
So the first one, I would just, as per staff recommendation, for the Reeves signature on the working group letter, and then follow up with the next one.
You bet. So the letter that got sent out, I was looking for endorse the signature for that particular letter to the ministry. And motion is on the floor. Any comments, questions on that motion? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Under construction, I believe, de Havilland plant, just east of Calgary, presents an opportunity for the province to become more prominent in the aerospace industry, and we need to provide a path upwards for people into that area. So I'm definitely in support of this.
Thank you. Any further comment, question? I'll call the question. All those in favor? It's endorsing the letter, thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Sorry, thank you. You're getting back in the saddle. You've been out of the game for a little while. Thank you. Follow-up motion that council appoints Reeve Swanson to the Mountain View County Working Group.
Any comments, questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Also include or designate?
Or designate. That would be great.
I would consider that a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment. I like that. Perfect. All right. Any other questions, comments? All those in the question, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to reports. 7.1, CO report. Chief Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. So the April 23rd, 2024 CO report for council. The Bloom Municipal Leaders Workshop. This course will highlight the practices leaders use to transform values into action, vision into realities, obstacles into innovations, separateness into solidarity, and risks into rewards. The dates, May 15th and 16th in Calgary. Councillor attendance and remuneration requires council approval as per council's policy.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually asked for this to be added on. The agenda on this particular program looks amazing. Unfortunately, I am already busy. Municipal Planning Commission meets on May 15th, and you cannot book for just one day. So I am no longer able to attend this, but I really, the agenda looks amazing. So if you can go, it truly looks like something that anybody would benefit from.
Okay. So would you be making a motion to?
Yeah, sorry, I can make that motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I could make the motion endorsing council's attendance.
Okay. Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Carry on, CO Emmons.
Thank you. The Rural Municipalities of Alberta, RMA, Spring 2024, endorsed resolutions. Resolutions form an important part of identifying direction from the RMA's advocacy effort. The RMA membership endorsed the following resolutions in spring of 2024. They are listed there. If council would like me to go through them individually, I'd be glad to, or, okay?
They look good.
So the RMA will incorporate endorsed resolutions into advocacy efforts and will report back to the membership as developments are available. The above resolutions can be viewed on the database or on their website.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for CO Emmons on those resolutions? If not, looking for a motion to accept the CO report. All right, I'll go with Councillor Ratcliffe. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. The action tracking list is attached, and then moving on to item 7.2, the capital project status update for April. Any comments or questions in regards to that, to the capital project status update? I see there's lots of brushing that's going on to operations. If not, looking for a motion to, or if there's no questions, looking for a motion. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Except for information, the capital projects report, and want to comment on how great it is to get all of this information and to see so much happening in Nordegg.
Thank you. Any other comment? Councillor Cermak?
The very first item. I thought we had already voted on a dust control policy.
Oh, on the action list?
Yeah.
the CO amendments, was that, that's coming back because we were in the strategic planning, correct, when we talked about that? Yeah.
Correct. So it does need a more wholesome discussion by council. And again, because it was discussed in strategic planning, there was a recommendation for amendments to policy, but that does need to be adopted by council. So there will be a discussion coming forward.
Okay.
The bylaw hasn't been updated in strategic planning to dot that I up. So the recommendation to council.
Okay. So that, the debt suppressant policy will come back to the council meeting for affirmation.
Okay.
Thank you. So a motion on the floor for the capital, to accept the capital project status update report. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. 7.3, the Clearwater Regional Fire Rescue Services and Community Peace Office report for March. I see that was somewhat quiet.
Don't say that word.
Okay. On the CPO, on the CPO end of things, not necessarily fire, but yes, thank you. Looking for a motion to accept the, thank you, Councillor Graham. Councillor Graham's made the report, motion to accept the Clearwater Regional Fire Services monthly report. Go ahead, all those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. We have reports from the Rocky Learning Center. Thank you, Councillor Graham, for suggesting to put this within our report section. I loved it. I thought it was very good to see those statistics as well at the bottom of how many participants in those particular programs. So I'm quite happy we're involving this in our agenda item. Thank you for doing that. Go ahead. Councillor Graham.
It was Councillor Hutchinson on the committee level who recommended doing it, so she gets all the kudos for it, but I'll make a motion that we accept it for information.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Parkland Regional Library System, their 2023 annual report. Any questions on that? It's a nice two-pager. Anybody want to make a motion on that, accepting for a report? Thank you, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? And that's carried. Verbal reports, Councillor Verbal Report 7.6. I'll go to you, Councillor Graham, if you're ready. Perfect. Please start.
My first thing on my report, I virtually attended the Economic Development Conference. I have lots of notes on it, but I'll just say the agritourism breakout session was my favorite. I found it quite valuable, and I think there's lots of opportunity in our community for that. The Rocky Learning Center, some interesting information. They did 114 exams last year, and they could do a lot more, but people don't know that you can actually write your exams at the Rocky Learning Center. So just some information for people out there that you can do those locally instead of having to go pay for parking at Red Deer College and head out to Red Deer. They also had their open house for the Campus Alberta last week. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend because we had too much going on and the time didn't work out. But from pictures and an email, it sounds like it was a great turnout and a very positive event. We had our strategic planning. We were all there, and it's available on YouTube. With Reeve Swanson and Deputy Reeve Melhoff, I attended the hospice tour. It's such important work that they do, and I'm very fortunate to have never experienced a family member in hospice, so it's very interesting for me to go out there and see what the hospice is actually like. And something that I personally appreciated is that they allow animals within reason and the ability to go outside, because I think especially for county residents, you know, that fresh air is just so important. And when you grow up with animals and then suddenly, you know, if you're at the end of your life and you can't have animals with you, I know for me that would be very difficult. So I really appreciate that they're able to do that. It was also really interesting to learn that they do kind of cooking bees, so that homemade meals are available for the individuals who are utilizing the facilities, and obviously access to the cafeteria. We had the Clearwater Regional Emergency Advisory Committee. Lots of hard work being done in preparation for the wildfire season that's already here, and they're doing lots of great work. Renewable energy development policy changes. we had the Zoom, and I mean, there's lots of information there that I thought would be helpful toward building our policy. One thing that I found interesting was, because obviously we can't use a land rating to do that, the onus can be on the land owner, I guess, to prove that it will not affect the productivity of the land. I thought that was an interesting idea. And amalgamation open houses, great turnout in Carolina and a few people in Leslieville and online. There was lots of really good feedback, especially on the divisions, whether it should be split, and the interim council, and I look forward to seeing the survey results. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Graham? Seeing none, go ahead, Councillor Lloyd.
And thank you to Councillor Graham. I like that concept that pets can visit people in hospice care as well as in the hospital. My suggestion, if you bring a cat, get a really good harness. Who knew they could climb trees? So anyway, I'll just say that. Actually, it's been a very busy couple of weeks, but I know that my council has attended many of the same things I did. And of course, some of that was around our amalgamation processes there. It was a great chance to rekindle friendships and meet new friends as well. So I appreciated that opportunity to get out in the public and gather their feedback on what they perceive as challenges and barriers, and hopefully we can find the right solutions as we move forward in the amalgamation process. And with that, I will pass the baton to the next lucky contestant.
Thank you. And no questions for Councillor Lloyd? Moving on. Okay, Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I attended in person the Economic Developers of Alberta conference. It is always a very exciting conference. You leave it wanting to do all of these amazing things. And I took, while I was there, the Economic Development for Elected Officials course, and got to learn really like what our role in this is, incentive bylaws, all the strategic planning, et cetera, that goes in, and how business retention in particular is a big area that needs a lot more advocacy. So because you're actually better off to retain a business than to worry about bringing in a new business. Retain a business, and most of, like, I don't quote me on the percentage, but I wanted to say that they said between 80 and 90% of new businesses in your area are actually built by existing businesses in your area. The existing business people in your community are the ones building the new businesses within your community. So you're better off to just retain the ones you have. And housing strategies are a big part of some of the economic engines within communities, because without housing, a lot of these people cannot build businesses in your community because they can't get employees. Some of the highlight, I agree, the ag and agri-food was a huge part of the conference. I attended as many of the breakouts as I could, and I took tons of notes. So if you'd rather me just send it to you, I can do that as well. But it was a very good conference. Highlights: housing, broadband, and health are like some of the big things that are really bringing companies into your community. And not even just the company in your community, but it actually makes it so the people that come with the company. Because it's no longer about people find a job and then move to where that job is. They find a job and they're willing to commute. The building of highways and twinning of highways has made it so that the road goes both ways. So people don't necessarily come to your community because they found a job. They may have a job in your community, but they may not live there because the highway goes back the other way also. So they'll go live in the community that they wanted to live in and work in a community that may not have the amenities like recreation facilities they wanted, broadband, etc. So those were big indicators at that conference for me. And it was at every single breakout that I went to, that if you do not have internet, they are not coming, because all business plans now have a part of that. That does not mean it has to be fiber, but you have to have a good internet system. EOEP course, I finalized that this week, and it has been fascinating. It was on finance. I encourage you to take the EOEP finance course. Sometimes, unfortunately, the more you know you don't know. know that sounds crazy, but it's true, and it's just caused me to want to learn even more things about it. Friends of the Eastern Slopes, AGM, they actually have the contract, Friends of the Eastern Slopes Association has the contract to manage a lot of the campgrounds along the Eastern Slopes. And their AGM was, I want to say that was last week or the week before. And that group is truly incredible in what they can accomplish, taking care of our campgrounds in the backcountry. I myself am a member also, because you buy a membership and that's how you get to utilize those campgrounds. And they do a great job, and they have a cleanup coming up the next couple of weeks. It's on their website to go out to the different campgrounds to do cleanups. And they're hoping to put a lot of time into the Bighorn Campground, which is west of Eagle Lake Campground in the Yahatinda. That's the one that flooded out a couple of years ago. Putting a lot of work into that, and they're hoping to actually open it this year if they can get all of that work done. Strategic planning, I attended with everybody, and it is live streamed. Municipal Planning Commission, great follow-up on the hospice tour. Like you explained it wonderfully. I won't even dig into it. The amalgamation town halls, I love the opportunity to go out and talk to the public. That's one of the things I love about this job. I loved getting the feedback, and I hope that we can utilize it to build an awesome plan going forward with the amalgamation with the Village of Caroline. And the Ag Board met last week with Councillor Lougheed and myself, and we went over the land rental survey, which is now live on the website. So if you are interested in that information, it is there. We went over the weed warnings and weed notices, recommendations throughout the county, and we made recommendations on those. Spray your weeds. Spray your weeds, or else you will get a visit from the Ag Board. And we also went over the rental rates and custom spraying rates for the municipality, and made recommendations to administration on that. I think that's what I did the last couple of weeks. It's been a very, very busy couple of weeks. Let me know if you want my Economic Developers of Alberta 4-page synopsis, if you want it.
So I do believe, like with the app, that all of these sessions were recorded. So I believe that if we wanted to go back and rewatch any of them, that maybe we can have some popcorn in here and have a slide. There were some really good breakout sessions, and we could watch them here at some point in time if you have an extra Saturday or Sunday. Anyways, going forward. Yeah. Thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. I did attend the EDA conference there as well. One of the breakout sessions that I went to that was kind of interesting was regarding rail. It was with CN. They contribute about $60 million to Alberta in taxes. They employ about 3,200 people across the province, and trains are about 75% more efficient than highway trucks. However, they do find it more and more difficult to be able to build rail lines due to residential creep. So it's harder and harder to be able to buy land, to be able to build new rail. I just seen on, I guess, just a heads up for all the residents or any viewers that Mr. Emmons, you might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's fire restrictions that are currently in effect now for Clearwater County. Just a reminder for everybody. There was, I also attended FCSS yesterday. Lots of organizations come in, the social programs and the needs for more is always there. More funding, there's always more and more problems. It seems like the solution is to just give more funding. However, I don't often ever see really getting to the root cause, what is causing the problems. But it just seems to, the answer always seems to be just ask for more grants or more money to just put more at it. But really, it doesn't seem like the root cause ever gets addressed. And then I attended, the amalgamation meetings and stuff like that as well. So that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Sorry, I missed the percentage of efficiency that you mentioned for rail over trucking.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Roughly, the presenter said roughly 75% more efficient than highway trucks. One other little thing that there was another presenter there, I forgot to say, but the ag sector across Canada is larger than the oil and gas and automobile industry combined. So, pretty cool fact.
You bet. Thank you for that. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I first thought that the last few weeks had been quieter until I started making a list. So while the rest of you were away at the EDA conference, I attended the West Country Family Service Association volunteer recognition, took greetings from council and appreciation from council for the work. There was about, I would say, 60 people in attendance, including the mayor and Jody from Minister Nixon's office. Then the next day I attended the Bighorn Backcountry meeting. The top issues there were the trail development that's going on out west, and also fire preparedness for whatever season we might get. With the rest of you, or some of the rest of you, I attended or participated in the Municipal Planning Commission, through strategic planning, the amalgamation meetings and open houses, and the emergency group. And yesterday with Councillor Northcott, we attended the FCSS meeting. The big topics there were the impact of funding cuts. Apparently FCSS for 8 years hasn't had an increase in funding, except for last year when it was another 20,000. So all of the groups that have depended on FCSS to sustain their programs are suffering and having to face cuts. That the needs are growing, as Councillor Northcott mentioned, there's just not enough money to go around. And that is my report.
Thank you.
Yesterday.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? All right, moving on to Councillor Cermak.
Okay, thank you. First off, I guess I attended some senior housing inspection. This was the year to do it, or the week to do it. So I helped with the one downtown, I got.
Columbus Place.
Columbus Place, and the one in Caroline. I get a kick out of going and seeing those places. Some of those people are pretty jolly for living in the places. They certainly keep them nice and clean. I was really impressed. I also attended a pile of amalgamation meetings. Caroline, Leslieville, and the on-Zoom one. I was quite pleased that people weren't that bashful. They told you what they thought, which was really good. I just like to listen to people, and if you keep asking them about their own personal life and stuff, they just keep talking. And it's amazing how much good information you get out of them. And I would like to say that I attended the volunteer night at the Caroline Hub. I think there was probably about 100 people there. I think there was about 70 or 80 that didn't even come pick up their certificates. And I would like to give our Deputy Reeve bouquet. She done an excellent job. Had the crowd really excited about the awards give out and stuff. Done an excellent job. And now I have to do something that I don't rarely do. I made a mistake. On the last meeting here, I think I made a comment that the moose and squirrel paid $1,200 rent at our hub. And they don't. It's a Chamber of Commerce that pay their rent. I did not know that. I was looking through all of the reports, financial reports, and it said goose and squirrel, $1,200. Well, apparently, I guess there's a few of the places there that the Chamber of Commerce pay partial rent or all of their rent. And instead of dividing it out, that it's just from the Chamber of Commerce, they put it that it's from each, where it's entitled to go to. Shocking to me. So, me and the president had quite a long little chat, and we have that straightened out now. So, before this, I can't remember the last time I made a mistake. It's usually mistakes, but this time I was wrong. So I have to admit that.
Well, thank you very much.
And thank you again, Jenny, for the great job you done.
Yes. Thank you. I was remiss in putting in my report.
Yeah.
But so, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Seeing none. I'll try and just, again, we have a lot of overlap. I was at the EDA conference again. I totally 100% agree that that is a very valuable conference. My favorite one was actually called the Mashup Lab. It was all about building entrepreneurs, and he does it all online. Very interesting because he says for every entrepreneur that steps up, there's 7 more on the sideline that never ever get their ideas that come to fruition. So for whatever reason. So like he says, you don't know who might have an idea. So anyways. So with that, I left the EDA conference and actually on invitation with Minister Dreeshen, CEO Emmons and I flew to Ottawa along with Ochis First Nation, and we did an advocacy for basically 24 hours to ask the federal government if they would be a partner in paving the Ochis Road. We didn't come back with an $8 million check, unfortunately, but it was made very evident through the Ochis advocacy and with Minister Dreeshen that our county has stepped up and has already made the plans in place, the detailed design, and we are ready for partnership. And even though we did not, like I say, didn't get the $8 million check, it was still a very successful trip, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, Ochis First Nation, not only were they very thankful, they would like to meet with our council to council on a regular basis. So that was a win for us, and it's a win for them. And I look forward to carrying forward that relationship going forward. I did 3 radio interviews in regards to amalgamation. So how that process was coming along. It was also in regards to giving more information in regards to our public engagement that was coming up that week. Yesterday, I attended the Tourism Industry Alberta Association. They had a tourism town hall. It was a sold-out event, full room. It was somewhat geared with the County of Red Deer and the City of Red Deer and the neighboring municipalities. Unfortunately, the Travel Alberta designate, Lisa Lima, was not in attendance because she does do a lot for this area and she is our representative. Very interesting conversation in regards. I have a little bit of their fact sheet that I'm happy to pass around. What was very interesting to me was the fact that there is a high demand for Indigenous tourism, and they haven't even started to touch the surface. So they are, there's one particular fellow in our business in Sylvan Lake, and we can hopefully maybe encourage our Indigenous partners, our Indigenous neighbors to help them along that line to see what we can do together. I think that is another conversation to have with maybe Ochis First Nation when we do get together, is how we can support that. And also a view on tourism, it's, think of it as somebody coming through your house. When they come in through the front door and they're going to your backyard, what are they going to see and what are they going to stop and see? So I think we need to take it through that lens. So that was a very good day. It was a short day. I think all of us could have sat and talked more about it, but yeah, I believe the investment that tourism is making, it's not about, they have a goal to increase not necessarily the people, but to increase the spend. So people that are coming that are not just spending $20, they're spending hundreds of dollars, not only gas, hotels, restaurants, also the tourism. So they're trying to increase that quality. So that is my report. Is there any further, go ahead, Councillor Graham.
My question for you and CAO Emmons, for your time to be compensated for, do we need a motion for your Ottawa trip, or how is that covered through policy?
CEO Emmons, because this is so new in the realm of remuneration, as far as advocacy, federal advocacy, we don't have that listed in our policies. Would that be a motion of council then?
If it's not covered under policy, I'd recommend a motion.
Okay.
I will make that motion.
Okay, Councillor Graham will make that motion. Any discussion on that? Go ahead.
Certainly be supportive of that motion. Know how important building a relationship with First Nations is, and I thank you for your efforts in furthering that within our community. So thank you for that.
And thank you for the support of council for that. I know it was the last minute, and I know if we could have gotten ahead of this to, to be able to give you more information. We didn't really know how things were going to go literally 12 hours before we got on the plane, because things were happening because of the federal budget drop in the following Tuesday. So I know our meetings were being shifted as on the fly, so to speak, but we're glad that we made the ones that we did, so. All right, motion on the floor for remuneration for the advocacy to Ottawa. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Moving on in the agenda is council remuneration. Any comments, questions? Not looking for a motion to accept council remuneration. Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. All those in favor? And that's carried. We have two letters of correspondence in item number 8. One letter from Municipal Affairs in regards to from Minister McIver, saying thank you for keeping him in touch, and looking forward to the public engagement. And we have another meeting on Thursday, so we will be sending him another letter after Thursday. And then the second letter is from the Rocky Health Foundation in the Smile Cookie Campaign, 8.2. I believe there was, I'm looking across to Tracy Lynn, was there an opportunity? I know there's a schedule. If any of the councillor would like to attend to assist with that, would that need a motion for remuneration for council? And who do we get a hold of to contact for times, I guess, if you've got that information?
Thank you. Yes, if a motion to authorize any councillors who wish to attend, and I believe as far as scheduling goes, we would be in touch with the letter writer with the foundation, and then schedule. They may contact councillors individually, or they may have Ilana set that up for you.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. This is something that I've done every year, to decorate up the Smile cookies. It's always a great time, and it's always extremely busy during Smile Cookie. So if you get your workout building cookies. So if you get the opportunity to do it, do it. It was my understanding through the invite that Alana sent us that we just show up on the days that we're available, unless I misunderstood, but I thought that's what her invite had said. And yeah, honestly, if you have the opportunity, take the opportunity, and I would make the motion endorsing council to attend.
Okay, motion to endorse council for attendance and remuneration. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, seems we've covered everything in our agenda today. Just last motion of the day is adjournment number 10. Oh, go ahead, Tracy Lynn.
Motion to receive the correspondence items?
Oh, thank you, yes. Motion to receive correspondence. Okay, Counselor Lougheed. All those in favor? And that's carried, thank you. Now we're done, everything, except for adjournment. Who would like to make that motion for adjournment? We're looking to Smiley. Okay, somebody else can? Okay, okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff made a motion for adjournment. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. See you in 2 weeks.